The Galactic Tyrants end their feud, and the rivalry of modern anime gets their first battle. That and more on today's episode of BrobusCast Death Battle Edition. Hey everyone, and welcome to another episode of BrobusCast. I am your host, Brobuscus. With me today is ZDogg.
What? Do you expect me to bark? Get the out of here.
And we also have Richard.
I gave up sex to be on this podcast. I hope y'all are happy.
That is information we did not need to know. All right, moving on. And we also have two special returning guests. The first of which is, I don't know which one. Koto, he's back, first of all.
There is one enemy. The enemy seems weak to Slash. Good job. You have slayed the enemy.
And also, someone we haven't had on in quite some time. Welcome back, Aidan.
Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one.
Let's go. Man.
All right. Welcome back.
Man, I just came back with the most egotistical quote of all time.
Glad you actually let finish that one off after I made a joke about spoilers, also making the same voice actor joke.
All right. Well, we've got things to talk about. Lots of things. And
Lots of things. Too many things.
I haven't recovered. I'm mostly.
You could have delayed this.
I'm mostly exaggerating, but.
Oh, okay.
No, it's okay. Everyone, let's have a moment of silence for Brobuscus' hopes and dreams.
Yes.
Man, I feel bad that you're sad about this because I've been doing nothing but eating good this season.
All I do is win, no matter what.
Oh, shut up.
Like, literally, maybe there's a reason this is the third time I've appeared on this cast this season.
No, with all seriousness, press F in the chat for Brobuscus, please.
So anyway, Frieza versus Megatron came out. Can we talk about that now?
Yes.
It was pretty good, not going to lie.
Yeah.
This was amazing.
Yeah. Honestly, probably one of the, in my opinion, some of the better analysis that have come out this season.
That is a great segue.
Yeah.
That is a great segue. Presented by GreatSegue.com.
You know, somewhere out there that site probably exists.
It probably does. Who knows?
How else do you think I paid for the gold chair that we let our guests sit in?
I know, it's very comfy.
I thought. Wait, you got a chair during your appearances?
No, we have a chair.
I just busted a hole in the wall and stuck my face out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to send you the invoice for the damages, by the way.
Well, whoever damages the gold chair pays for the gold chair.
So whoever damages that gets to keep it is what I'm hearing.
No,
And also, you also get a severe hole in your bank account, though. Gold chairs are expensive.
Okay, well, speaking of gold, again, presented by GreatSegue.com. Let's talk about the obvious.
Guess who was wrong? Yeah, yeet.
Yep.
All I do is win, no matter what.
Yep, because Frieza ended up victorious. He cleaned up the mess that the Saiyans left in the past couple of seasons. Or no, just last season.
No more.
So I think this is just us telling, hey, we want to get more Dragon Ball episodes where the Dragon Ball characters win. Just
Yes,
like
very much
saying.
so.
Yeah, no. Oh man, we got to talk about that. No, but seriously, first of all, this was honestly a close fight. No matter how much you want to believe the analysis. Now, granted, there is an elephant in the room. There's a giant elephant in the room. He's standing right above me right now, waiting for me to acknowledge him.
Yeah, notice how I haven't said a goddamn word.
Hello, Kimbo.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, Megatron lost, and that all just came down to what was given to him. And to go over what was given to him, I think it's appropriate that Brobuscus takes the floor on this one because I'm a Transformers fan, but I don't have a giant collection behind me. So Brobuscus gets to talk about.
Same here.
I'm gonna let Brobuscus discuss the Transformers stuff and get any nitpicks he has out of the way because you're in the right. Damn it.
So, here's the thing. So, and they had it in the tab, and as soon as I saw it, my heart sank.
Yep. What did they use, Brobuscus?
They used the G1 cartoon and the IDW comics. There was barely any mention of the Marvel comics, which is, I'll get to that later. There was absolutely zero mention of any of the video games. Even Devastation didn't get anything, which is weird.
They did show footage of Fall of Cybertron, so would you count that?
But they also showed footage of the Armada video game, so what does that tell you?
Fair enough.
And most importantly, all of the toy bios and all of the Japanese shit I mentioned in the last episode, it's like it just never existed. It wasn't there. Not even a mention or anything. They had Gold Megatron in a tab at the very end, and all they said about it was that it looked hype.
They didn't even mention Black Megatron from the IDW comics.
So, okay, Black Megatron's from Japanese G1. That's not IDW.
Okay. Damn it! Somebody told me that. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's what happens. So yeah, for the most part, it was just the cartoon and the IDW comics. That's really about it.
Yeah. So essentially, what this boiled down to, and your only mate is probably using this joke. Probably used this joke as we're recording this. They only used Transformers G1 America stuff. Just exclusively American G1, nothing else.
And okay, so this is a weird case. Because this is a case of like when I get asked the question, do I agree with the results? It's always a question of do I agree with it based on the information they provided? And B, do I agree with it based on the information I had accumulated up until that point? You know?
Yeah.
And for me, for this fight, they're both options have different answers. And that's that. Okay. With what they included, which again, reminder, was the cartoon and the IDW comics. Yes, sure. I can agree that with that info alone, with the info they had on him in the episode, sure, I can agree that Frieza would win. But the question is, do I agree with the stuff? Do I agree with not including the stuff that wasn't included? And I'm just gonna be upfront. No. Like I know this is like, this might be weird because like recently with these podcasts, it's just kind of been like, yeah, I mean, I don't have enough to say or I just agree. when was the last time I have said no? I don't agree with the results. I genuinely don't remember.
I think Venom Corona, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe
That's like the last time I can remember.
and even then, I don't even know anymore.
I don't know.
Well, okay.
Commenters, let us know. No.
So to be fair, let me just add this, because I've seen Brobuscus isn't just the only one who feels this way. I've seen massive controversy blow out from this episode from the Transformers side of it, and all I can say is, really, because I kind of get how Brobuscus feels. There have been characters that have been given small stuff to use for their battles, and the other character gets way more by proxy, and it's very much not balanced. But here, I feel like there was a form of miscommunication. I don't want to say it's Death Battle's fault. I'm not going to say it's the researchers' fault, but there wasn't enough transparency, because all we knew about when we discussed this and we debated and predicted this was there was confirmation that they were going to use G1 Megatron. And now, in hindsight, what did we all think?
Man, people did not know how vague that was.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We assumed, and Brobuscus pretty much laid down all of a whole accumulation of what G1 has in a bubble. But
there's so many different G1 continuities. My gosh.
Yeah, but it turns out what they really meant was we're only using a small portion of G1 that fits in with the cartoon. That includes the cartoon, the movie, and of course the IDW comics. I do think they should have included more, like the Fall of Cybertron games and Transformers Devastation, because those do nothing to contradict the American G1 canon.
Now, Devastation story might as well Devastation story might as well be a G1 cartoon episode, just playable.
That was it was a lost episode that was turned into a video game.
So let me clarify. To an extent, I can kind of understand why they wouldn't go into Japanese G1. I can backpedal on that a little bit. The only real exclusion that I'm super confused on is the Marvel comics.
Yes, because those are part of G1.
Yeah, they were literally meant to be continuations of the cartoon, and they follow the cartoon more than the IDW comics do. So
Agreed.
I really don't understand why those weren't included. I mean, there were panels in the edits and such, but unless I'm seriously missing something, and I want to be clear that is possible. That was really it. Considering the edit, which is really good, by the way.
BJ Tiki once again blows it out of the water.
Considering the edit throws in
Common Tiki win.
The edit throws in freaking. I mentioned the Armada game earlier. There's a clip from Animated in the recap, which threw me completely for a loop. I understand it's it's footage for the sake of footage. I understand that, but considering you rope all those in with the Marvel comics, and you realize just how little they use the Marvel comics, and I really don't understand why.
The only kind of justification I can kind of think for it, and once again, I'm not a Transformers guy. I watched some of the cartoons growing up and everything, and it was actually cool to learn more about Megatron in this episode. But the only kind of justification I can think of it is if they went that far with expanded G1 stuff, it would be a bit hard to justify not using other sources for Frieza as well, aside from just the main continuity. Is the only thing I can think of.
Well, I do have a small counter argument to that, because to back up the confusion of not using the Marvel comics, they used the Marvel comics in Optimus Prime's first fight. So you would think that they would have carried that over.
to be fair, that was 5 years ago. So like I generally
But
don't
that's
like
still
unless
part of
unless
the
it was
modern
like,
season.
unless it was like
I mean,
last year. I don't really like using like past episodes as like justification for this one, for like recent ones.
And I'm not saying that that's like a good reason not to use other G1 material. And obviously, I can't speak much on that material because I don't know about the material. But I'm just saying that's a possible reason I kind of thought about when thinking about this episode a bit more, of why they might have not wanted to use that stuff.
I do want to address a reason I heard. This wasn't from any of the researchers, by the way. This is just from an observer. Like, so like, obviously don't weaponize this or anything. But like someone argued that the reason why, like a possible reason why, was because like the Marvel Transformers comics take place in around the same year as like regular Marvel shit does, and like Spider-Man straight up shows up in one of the comics.
Yeah, that's true.
So like I've heard it was like legality shit. I'm like, I don't understand that. I don't understand that argument. And to counter that, they use the IDW comics, which crosses over with My Little Pony. They didn't use that for this episode, and they didn't use it for Discord. So, but they still used IDW comics for Discord, and Megatron. So it's like, could we not have just like, I don't know, not included that specific run? That feels like it was kind of an obvious thing for me, but whatever. Also, like, we say that, but like, what is Spider-Man showing up in one of the Marvel comics really going to do?
Nothing in the grand scheme of things.
It's like, oh yes, sure. I too can beat Frieza because I fought Spider-Man. It's like, does that not seem weird to anyone else? Like,
no, it does, but you do understand from like kind of, I guess maybe like a mainstream perspective. It's like, oh, okay, I interact with all these Marvel characters. Does that mean they now need to say that all these Marvel characters are like scaling to that high of a level, including like street tier characters? I don't agree with it, and I don't think a lot of people would jump to that argument. I just think maybe they wanted to avoid that potential kind of mess.
It's a strange mystery.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish we got like, I kind of understand why we don't, because like the researchers have been like harassed a lot lately. So like I understand why there isn't like we haven't got, to my knowledge anyway, we haven't gotten a solid answer for why like I think we did get something for the Japanese stuff, but I don't remember what it was. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you because it's from the Discord. I'm especially curious on the Marvel comics. I know that like for the most part the Marvel comics don't change much. I'd say for the most part, we don't have time to get into a lot of the specifics on that. I'll just say there was something about the Marvel comics that if I knew about it, I would have been a lot more confident in Megatron winning. I mentioned it in my reaction video, so go watch that.
Yes.
It's the Marvel comics and it's a lot of the video games. Specifically, like I brought up Earth Wars last time with the whole Lightspeed thing. I would really like to know why that wasn't there when they gave Frieza such a huge speed advantage, which just feels foreign to me. Let me say this. Well, I'll say this, and then we can move on, because I don't want to drag this on too much, because it's easily the most negative thing we have to say about this episode and this entire podcast. I'm going to say that right now.
It is one of mine only nitpicks.
I understand why there wasn't as much like transparency with it, because if there was, then someone was going to take it out of context. Someone was going to post it on like Reddit or something, even though it is against the rules of the Discord server. And and then the researchers would have just gotten like absolutely railed for it. So I understand why there isn't a lot of like. I just wish we got it in the episode, like why like some mention of like the Marvel comics or the video games in the episode. I don't need it in the Discord. I understand that posting it in the Discord is like extremely risky. But I don't know. And if any of the researchers or if anybody who worked on this episode is watching this, know that okay, I don't agree with the results. I'm just gonna be blunt. I disagree with the results, but I don't hold anything against you guys. Like nothing at all. You guys put it like my own disagreement aside. You guys put in the work. You guys like. I will say this from an analysis perspective. They handled Megatron aside from media that wasn't included. Analysis, just pure analysis wise, they did better with Megatron than they did with Optimus Prime, and you know how much I like that episode. So,
yeah.
So, y'all did good. Yeah. There's just There's questions that remain unanswered, and stuff that I just wish was included, and stuff that I really want to know why they weren't included. But like I said, with what was included, yes, I agree with the results. I agree that Frieza wins, based on just like the cartoon and the IDW comics. I agree that Frieza wins.
Yes.
I just disagree with the exclusion of stuff like Marvel and Japanese stuff.
Yeah, that's very fair.
And that's really what it comes down to. Like, this is the case of like, do you agree with their analysis, and do you agree based on your own analysis? And I don't agree based on my own, but
no.
Let me reminder that versus debating is subjective. Ha ha ha! Remember.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna have their opinion for everything.
I mean, this community very much does not remember that because, like I said, there is controversy on this episode on both sides. Even on Frieza's side, people are saying that they capped him to heaven and hell back. And whether you agree that he did or they didn't, this episode was not going to. This episode was going to disappoint one side of the fan base, and it was just a no-win situation with the other side of the fan base.
Pretty much.
So that is unfortunately a lot of the time what comes with versus debates. There's always going to be one side that isn't happy with the results. I will,
especially with Dragon Ball. Like, why does what is it with Dragon Ball in this community? Like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, no, they're upset when something isn't included, and then when it is included, they're upset because it's included, and they're just giving speculation based off of what it could amount to.
They wanted to be included,
but
they don't like how it was included. I will say though, my personal biggest complaint, and I'm actually a little bit mad about this, is Megatron never turned into a gun during the fight. So immediate 1 out of 10.
Okay, well, apart from that, because we'll get to that later. Well, the last thing I want to bring up before we do get into the fight, because I don't really have it. Like, I kind of went over my thoughts on the analysis already. The last thing I'll bring up is that, it's really fun, debating super hard for a character, and hoping that character wins, thinking that he's got a good shot, and then when he doesn't win, and the first thing I see when I open up something, I'm not gonna say what it is because I don't want people going after. It could be Twitter, it could be Discord, it could be YouTube comments. I don't want people going after them. So I'm gonna be vague about it. But I opened up something, and one of the first things I saw was essentially Frieza supporters saying "get wrecked."
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
Honestly, there's a good chance that'll be me come near the end of October.
and I'm just sitting here like, oh, okay, so. Like all that, like it just felt like all that hard work I put in. I convinced people. You can go watch the last episode. And you can go watch Lads. I convinced people that Megatron wins this fight.
I'm people.
So like when
I
I
thought he was gonna win, honestly.
so when I
Good for
see
you.
shit like that, like it just makes me feel like all that hard work was for absolutely freaking nothing. And like I got people to watch the '86 movie. It was a great time. Like I got people to watch. I got people into Transformers from this waiting period, all because I wanted to hype this series up and because I wanted to show people that yes, Megatron isn't gonna get slaughtered. Wow, that turned out well, didn't it?
Well, I mean, he didn't get slaughtered. He still
He
lost,
was-
but he didn't get slaughtered.
He was trillions of times slower.
Yes, but
I-
again,
Uh,
I,
In fairness, though, that does happen every Death Battle episode, where it's like,
Yeah,
this was an
exactly.
incredibly close fight, and then it's like, one guy was, like, billions of times stronger and faster than the other guy.
exactly. I do want to say, just going past the negatives, which I have some, I do agree with the choice to exclude certain things from Megatron, and I also personally don't like that they had to bring up Black Frieza. But I will say, just on an analysis portion, this is a great analysis for both characters, just because of the polar opposite that is going on between the both of them. I love that one is a tyrannical dictator. He's an asshole, and his story right now ends with him being the
And
strongest.
honestly, racist.
And that too, he is a racist, and he is now the strongest
Yep.
mortal in his universe. And the other one ends with, of course, a former tyrannical dictator who was doing it for peace, but then he saw like, oh, I may have gone a bit too far, and he, of course, switches sides, not because not because of anything, but just because he wanted to remember what he was originally fighting for. It's essentially, I've become what I've fought against kind of thing, and I like that.
I mentioned
it's a good sign of character
Yeah.
growth.
I mentioned on Lads, it's the Magneto effect, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was also one phrase I definitely liked the analysis too, because, like I said before, I knew very little about Megatron as a character before coming into this episode, and this episode actually made me really like him as a character from what information it presented to me, which is not an easy thing to do in such a small analysis portion of an episode.
Yeah, how many of y'all were actually kind of surprised that Megatron's backstory is actually kind of screwed up?
Yeah, I was, but like,
I
it
only
made me
knew
really
him
like
from the G1 show at the time.
Yeah,
And honestly, I
Megatron
like
and
him
the-
more over the waiting period, but then, yeah, that analysis made me like, wow.
maybe root
And
for
wow,
him at point
can't
as
believe
well.
this fight was a civil rights Can't believe the fight was a civil rights activist versus a racist on Columbus Day.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Funny how that works, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like Megatron in the cartoon is just your typical '80s villain.
Yeah. The funny thing is,
because
I was thinking back to some of the other Transformer TV shows I watched growing up as a kid, and I only ever saw the early episodes before you even really got to know Megatron's character.
Yeah, pretty much.
so yeah, congrats, Megatron. You've dethroned Starscream as my favorite Decepticon.
There you go.
Agreed.
Easily.
Yeah. So yeah, the analysis was very good. I really don't know what else to say other than that. It's
Yeah.
Very
it's
good
right
on
up there. Bill versus Discord.
It was real. It was. I like Bill or more or overall analysis wise, but Megatron's analysis on its own, I think, is probably one of the best analysis pieces they've ever written.
Yeah, easily in the
But
top
that's
10.
just coming from someone. Yeah, this is coming from someone who isn't as deep into Transformers, where I know a lot of other Transformers fans I know have some big problems with the analyses, but I guess it just comes from, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
The most complaints I've heard is it's similar to like the Cole analysis, where it's like just jokes that make it seem like they're like talking smack, but it's just jokes that didn't come across the way they wanted. Which personally they didn't like. Like I know like a lot of people were bothered by how much they were making fun of Megatron in his gun form, and I'm like, eh.
But it's
No,
I mean,
funny.
it's stupid but funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's literally just 80s cartoons made to sell toys. Of course it's stupid, but it's stupid in a fun way. Things can be stupid and still be enjoyable.
Exactly.
Like, I actually laughed at like the mental image that they brought up, where it's like, oh, does one of the other Decepticons pick him up in gun form and like start firing him at people? And I was like, I'd actually like to see that.
That's what it does. That's
And
basically
then
what
they
it
showed
is.
footage of it.
That's basically what it is. Megatron gets fired more by his troops than he fires himself. Even though he can fire himself, and it's so funny because the one, I mean, a lot of Decepticons do wield Megatron in his gun form on occasion, but you know who does it the most? Ironically, it's Starscream.
How Starscream never thought, oh, he's in his gun form. Arms snaps him against his knee.
Damn.
In fairness, I think considering how much more powerful Megatron is to Starscream,
you're probably right.
Starscream's knee.
But it also like I was talking about this, but it's also I was talking about this with my dad, and like giving him to Starscream, like it kind of takes a soldier out of the battle, because Starscream has weapons of his own that he now just doesn't use. So it's like, what's my strategy here? I can either turn into a gun and give myself to one of my subordinates who also have weapons, or I can just use the giant screw you cannon on my arm. Hey, Starscream, you wanna use me as a weapon?
I mean, sometimes it's not about tactical efficiency. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
True.
Yeah, you're
About
probably
message,
right.
It's about sending the message.
Like Optimus, I don't need to beat you. My subordinate can, using me as a weapon.
Yeah, it's literally what any good fighting game player already knows.
There you go.
There you go.
What is more disrespectful than literally beating someone while not even fighting yourself, but someone else fighting using you as a weapon? Can
Exactly.
you think of anything more disrespectful?
Yeah. All right. So, let's move on to the animation.
Yeah.
Yes, this fight is good. Let's just get that out of there now. This
We're
fight
up
is
to the voice
so
actors.
damn.
This
Go
fight,
ahead.
this fight is.
We'll get to the voice actors. We'll get to them. Let's.
Oh,
We need to talk about the GOAT, Devil Artemis first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Devil,
Okay,
I've
yeah,
seen
Devil.
someone-
What
I've
are you
seen
on, my good
someone-
sir? Are you okay?
Well, I mean, this is a Dragon Ball fight. Of course he was going to exceed. Dragon Ball is what he knows and animates most often. So,
But like for his first death battle in Blender, though, he absolutely cooked. Like he did a phenomenal job.
He really did. I've seen, as somebody who always watches his content, because they're number one, they're fucking funny, and number two, they really help me out when I'm having a bad day. I can just laugh.
Yeah, same here.
So he is. I love his content. I have seen his more serious stuff, and when he cooks, and this feels like all of those times for his personal projects, those were pretty much just training wheels until this fight, and then he took the training wheels off when it comes to Blender, because the stuff he did here, that like only a small fraction of it he's done in Blender on his own channel.
I mean,
he's never gone.
he said himself, he literally made all of the effects in the fight himself.
Yeah, 70%. Yeah, 70 to 90% of the key beams, the fusion cannon, just all of the destruction, every little effect was all done by him as well. So
it really does feel. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
It really does feel like his entire channel was like his training arc to get to this moment.
True. I can agree. It also just, you can feel the passion that he has for both Frieza and Megatron.
Yeah.
I've seen, he's only featured Transformers once on his whole channel, and that was with Optimus Prime. But I'm very happy with how he got to handle Megatron. So yeah,
dude,
no,
there's so many shots in this fight that I just like. I want them as wallpaper. I want them I want them plastered all over my walls. I'm sure I can fit them. I'm not even sure I can fit them all.
Can we just agree right here that one of the best moments from the entire animation was Megatron using his tank form to blast himself.
Yes.
Yes.
That is such a creative usage of choreography. I love it. How has no one ever thought to do that for a Transformers fight?
I can tell that's Liam's writing right there. Liam wrote this episode.
Yeah, it was Liam.
And once again, Liam book.
Yes, he did. And it was very well done. Literally, I've seen this. I've rewatched this animation probably 10, 11 times.
Wow.
So yes, because I love it so much. It's action packed, and it hits all the right notes. It's very serious and driven. I think that's the best way I can sum it up. Especially when I look at because I did see the boards, and there was I want to say there was stuff cut that Devil didn't do. Maybe for his own personal reasons he didn't do, but it felt like for this
might have also been budget
for this animation. Well, that, and probably because it's not even just budget. It's like there were small things that he cut that had humor segments in them, or that were just callbacks.
Like the shot that showed the sheer size difference between the two, which is my only complaint with the fight. We didn't get enough of that.
Yeah, no, we didn't.
You'd be surprised how much a single frame of animation costs.
Yeah.
Well, it is really weird because sometimes with the framing of the animation, it looks like Frieza is tall enough to go up to like Megatron's waist.
It is,
but meh.
It's not a major complaint. I'm just saying.
No. I just want to say, and again, I like to think that maybe the reason there was hardly any stuff from the boards in here is probably because of budget stuff, or if it involved humor of some kind, Devil just wanted to treat it as serious as possible because this is Dragon Ball and this is Transformers. He needs this shit to be perfect.
I think one of the things from the boards was like Frieza was trying to get the name Cybertron right, and he had to ask a subordinate for it. I'm almost convinced that was just John being stupid. Like that was just John having some fun with it.
That's a good team. There were a lot of Team 4-Star references in the boards.
There was quite a lot. I mean, in the analysis as well, not to like backtrack a bit, there was a good amount of references, not only to Team 4-Star, but to other Dragon Ball media, like the fact that Frieza likes Yamcha. Yeah, which is a reference to one obscure like introduction in Dragon Ball Fighters. There was just so many good Dragon Ball references in the fight as well.
Yes.
Actually, if we're gonna backpedal to the
sorry.
analysis real quick, something I forgot to bring up. Boomstick saying like, only like a Transformers figure, only $5.99 at your local Rite Aid. Bitch, where are you buying your figures from? Because like they're like I can confirm they are not $5.99. I am telling you that right freaking now.
Yeah,
I found
exactly.
some $2.99 Transformers figures at my local Dollar Tree. They're tiny though. They are absolutely tiny.
That's the
That's
thing.
probably why. Yeah, no.
Also,
but
it's Dollar
I also
Tree. That's
love-
not surprising.
Yeah, exactly. I also, going back to this, I do love all of the Dragon Ball visual references that are included. There's a lot of them. And also, the way the speed is conveyed. Dragon Ball speed is always the name of the game when you have to do animations, but oh my god, if anybody conveys that better in the 3D fight, it's Devil Artemis himself.
Yes.
Like, especially the scale. Like, I also just want to say, I want to talk about this. The use of the environment here was much better than Cole versus Alex. I'm not throwing shade. Cole versus Alex did use the environment when it could, but it's like this felt like it didn't just use a small portion of the environment. No, everything was used. Literally the whole goddamn planet of Cybertron was used, and I love that.
My planet.
It also really works well because, like, obviously Cybertron is Megatron's like entire motivation, and Frieza using that against him in the fight
Yes,
is obviously something he would do.
And also, can we please, this is also, if you can believe it, this is some people's nitpick with this animation, but I don't care. I love it. Can we talk about the Golden Frieza transformation?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is,
Yes, that was so
it is so good.
That was so good.
Yeah, amazing.
One
Like
of
a
my
recreation
favorite
of his transformation
ever
in
done
Dragon Ball
the
Super.
show.
Yes, agreed. I did. I loved that he was able to recreate that shot for shot, and it just looked so good. Even though Golden Frieza didn't do anything that much, other than just, but I love that it got its own dedicated transformation.
Yeah, it got its own moment to shine, unlike Black Frieza. But anyway, it was another great reference.
Black Frieza did more in this episode than he did in Dragon Ball Super.
Okay, fair.
True. Yeah,
It
no.
would be the first time that Death Metal did that. Cough, cough, Ichigo, cough, cough.
Anyways, shade at Dragon Ball.
Exactly.
Shade at Dragon Ball Super aside. One thing
an inclusion because they had to, rather than them actually planning on using it.
Yeah, I did love. I kind of wish that Black Frieza wasn't included because he literally barely did anything. I mean, yes, he did more than he did more than throw a fucking punch, unlike the manga. But then I thought back to it. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Frieza's only going Black Frieza because Megatron has the gall to talk down to him in this moment.
I will get back to that later.
Character.
Yes. Oh my god.
We'll put a pin in that.
Can I-
Put a pin in that.
Yeah, I'll put a pin in that.
Anyway.
Can I just say that whole sequence? I talked about the thing, but no, that is my favorite moment of the fight. Megatron realizing that he has nothing left to lose now that Frieza's basically set the planet to be doomed to be destroyed. That's when he taps into the antimatter, or that's when he taps into it and decides to taunt Frieza, given and he's really just set off to destroy the one thing he was fighting for this entire time. The whole thing Frieza even started this conflict over and this invasion. He's destroying. He's set to destroy, which gives Megatron nothing left to lose. It was only to avenge his planet, which is when he taps in, pissing Frieza off to the extent because Frieza knows he's right to go all out just to compensate for the fact that he was. Yeah, I messed up, but I don't want to admit it. I can't let this guy get the moral. I can't let this guy get anything over me. I'm killing him. Just
no.
Okay.
It was good.
it was very in character for Frieza to do that, and I appreciated it. Also, too, can I say, even though there were that fake out was pretty damn good. Like,
Man,
Oh,
if
yeah.
I
It did have me going for a second.
if I
like
wasn't
obviously
like
Brobuscus didn't fall for it.
no, because they picked the wrong fight to do a fake out like that for me. I mean, it is okay. It is seriously just a me thing. I want like this like, but for me, because like when I watched the analysis, I was like, okay, yeah, no, Frieza's winning this.
Yeah.
But I'm always like, whenever we get a character like this, whenever we get a match like this, where I'm like so dead set on a character winning, I don't buy a victory until I see the KO screen. Like you can, like, if you
Yeah,
see,
that's fair.
it's like if you see my reactions to like Batman versus Iron Man or Trunks versus Silver, you know I don't celebrate until I hear KO. So
Yeah,
when
that is fair. I still think it was a pretty good fake out, though.
no, it's a
It
very
was
good
really
fake
cool
out.
to see-
It's a very good fake out.
See the anti-matter used that way.
It's very effective. I will give it that. And I also just love too the even though I think this was more better in my opinion than the boards, just because you saw Frieza dismember Megatron, not just on the lower half, but he takes an arm, and even the kill shot, it completely splits him in half, like, and along with the whole planet. But again, Devil Artemis made the choice to go for something less brutal, and I understand that. But oh my god, that last.
I also
just
imagine
that-
splitting up Megatron's model like that would be difficult.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's also like the ending shot as well, with like because it shows that even though like obviously Frieza won here, Megatron like almost had him, and that like pisses him off so
Megatron
much that he
messed
just
him
swears
up to the
to
point
destroy. That he swears to
love
destroy the entire Cybertronian race at the end of it.
Yeah,
And we do see
his
that like
ego was
he's
so
bleeding.
wounded by that.
yeah, he's like bleeding. He's like there's a chance he could bleed out there because of how damaged he is, but he just swears revenge on all Cybertronians just because of what Megatron did and how he
Frieza-
almost got beat by someone.
Is this another one character won the battle but the other won the war? Because I feel like Megatron, because like Megatron may have lost.
Yeah, 'cause he was a-
Megatron may have lost, but
Even-
like he got to Frieza like that. I was gonna comment on
Yeah,
something
that's
else,
the
but I was going to comment on something else, but screw it. I'm gonna talk about this now because we're on the topic. This writing is amazing. Like just the way the fight is written. Like Liam, we knew that Liam was a huge fan of both. But like it really shows here. And I think Liam himself even said like one of my favorite things to write was Megatron's like monologue.
Oh yes.
And it really tells, especially with how much passion is put into the delivery of that line as well, or of the monologue.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. Not yet.
But just like it's, and you can see it. You can see it on Frieza. Like it's like Frieza doesn't even have a response. It's getting to him. He's like, like Megatron is laying into him, and Frieza does not have any witty remark. He just goes Black Frieza, and it's like, all right, you're fucking dead.
He's determined to now just torture him for the rest of time and basically try and get some moral victory. Well, not moral victory, but just get a victory over Megatron, because this isn't even about beating him physically. It's about beating him mentally. And mentally, I think we all pretty much hit the nail on the head. Mentally, Frieza lost.
Oh, he got wrecked mentally.
Like Megatron might have died physically, but he will live forever in Frieza's head, rent free.
Rent free.
Yeah. And I do want to say, for as much as the research kind of gives Megatron the short end of the stick, whether you agree or disagree with that, let me just say this: the animation fucking Megatron was holding his own. He was not going down. Like his fusion cannon alone. The best bits for me are when he uses his fusion cannon to combat Frieza's strongest attacks.
Okay, this is what I was going to comment on.
They even reference the "you fool" from when Goku defeated Frieza in the end.
Yes, I was going to get to that as well. A 1-for-1 to that moment.
Okay, so something I want to bring up, because I feel like we don't give enough credit to the sound design. Something I want to bring up. Whenever Megatron fired his fusion cannon, I was like, that noise, the sound that plays for that sounds familiar. And it was like, it's not from the cartoon. I know that, because I know that sound from the cartoon. I was like, wait a minute, that's from the movies. That's from the damn movies.
The Bay movies or the
Bay movies.
Okay.
Nice.
Like if you go back, the scene that specifically comes to my mind is it's in the second one, so take that how you will. But it's the forest battle, aka the only scene in that, one of two scenes in that movie, aka one of two scenes in that movie that's actually good. But it's when Megatron all the Decepticons have Optimus beaten down, they are railing on him, and Megatron finishes it off with a blast straight to his face with his cannon, and that sound plays, and I'm like, oh hey, I recognize that. I actually have their names pulled up because I wanted to shout them out. Philip and Jake, the sound designers on this one, y'all do God's work in this episode.
Yes, agreed.
Good job.
It was very good. Again, from beginning to end in this animation, it is so fucking good. I really cannot stress how good it is. And also, too, if anybody didn't notice, this is our first 4-minute 3D animation.
Yeah, this fight's long.
Yeah, I noticed that it was longer than normal, but it's welcome.
I think most of that comes from the Frieza, the golden Frieza transformation. I think that's what.
Probably.
Branches
most likely.
But there's also a shit ton of monologuing, so that
which makes sense considering who the fight is about.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I love it when they monologue back.
Yeah, the pacing in this animation was so fucking good. I'm not exacerbating, I'm not hyperboling. This is literally my fucking favorite 3D animation of the damn season. I'm sorry.
Just the fact that as
I'm biased,
Megatron's fighting back the Death Ball, Frieza just takes Cybertron itself.
Yeah,
and flings it at him.
Yeah, that is
such a good shot.
He's thinking smarter, not harder. If you can't push that ball towards him, he'll bring his planet and sandwich him.
There you go.
Which is what I really like as well, because even though at the end of the analysis they say, "Oh, Frieza just is big power level, oonga boonga. I'm stronger than you." He does get moments in this fight where he gets to play strategical and he gets to make smart combat decisions with targeting Cybertron. And obviously that doesn't undersell all of Megatron's great moments with the antimatter, with the panic bubble.
Yeah.
It lets both of them have moments to shine in terms of battle IQ. It doesn't just make Frieza a big idiot that just rages and shoots lasers at it. It keeps that part of his character, but it lets him also prove why for hundreds of years he literally ruled Universe 7.
This animation does a great job of progression. We see the progression of where these characters start off. We see how it goes, how it's starting to affect them. And by the end, we see where it all ends up. And I really feel like, okay, you know what? This is the level of writing and just how the animation captures it, plus the expressions and the models that Devil uses, which which BTW, yeah, the expressions on Frieza and Megatron are awesome, and I'm so happy that Devil got to use the Devastation model for Megatron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a great Megatron model. Again, I know they probably told him, oh, it's going to be G1 Megatron. He's like, all right, I'm going to go get a G1 model.
Also, we get an on-screen transformation, so there's that too.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Because we didn't get that for Optimus.
For Optimus.
No, and I just, no, I don't know what to say. This animation, it's a masterpiece. The writing that follows it, it makes it even better than all the other 3D fights we've had this past season. Even if you agree or don't agree, like the amount of crazy shit that is going on in this, it's just so much to take in, and it just leaves you wanting to watch it again.
I will say, an aspect that I think is a little underrated is not just for this episode, but for Death Battle as a whole. Is when they're able to, obviously they don't do this all the time, which is fine. And this kind of goes into like the fights are just the fights; they're just meant for entertainment. I understand that, but it is really nice to see like a fight that kind of like mirrors what they say in the recap, in the verdict.
Agreed.
Yes.
Like the fight that always comes to my mind whenever I think of an example like this is Wolverine versus Raiden. Because
Agreed, yes.
Because that fight was like, yeah, Raiden was just a lot stronger and a lot faster, but Wolverine had that like crazy, like skeleton and healing factor, and all he needed to do was just wait out Raiden's supply, and that's mimicked pretty much perfectly in the fight. Whether or not you agree or disagree with that is your own decision, but that's not my point. But in this fight, Aidan kind of mentioned this earlier, and I alluded to it too. Was that like the verdict is basically Frieza's just that much stronger, that much faster. But Megatron had like his own tactical mind, his millennia of experience, and the antimatter, and all of that is elevated. All of that is shown. In the fight, like Megatron uses a lot of his like own tactical prowess and experience to get a leg up. Because like whenever it's a pure like power clash in the fight, Frieza typically had the edge. But once Megatron started like thinking of like a strategy, he got the leg up. And like we were talking about Megatron's monologue at the end, like Megatron was using Frieza's ego as a weapon, and it worked. Like Frieza busted out Black Frieza not because he felt like he needed a power boost to win, but because he was just pissed off. Megatron was laying into him, and he had no comeback. So it's like, and again, and that mimics what they said in the recap. Where it was like, Megatron had his own tactical brain, whereas Frieza was mostly. Frieza does have his own tactical prowess as well, like Aidan said, but in the verdict it was mostly just Frieza mostly relied on his power, and when it went south for him, he's made some rash decisions before.
Yeah, that's also something I like that they showed in the animation as well, because during the fight, like Frieza does fairly well just in his final form alone. And you could argue that, like, he didn't really need to go gold for it and only really went it so he could, like, do what he wanted to do, which was toy with Megatron. As we saw with, like, Megatron does briefly stop his death ball, but then he, like, casually just throws a planet at him. But then once Megatron actually uses his greatest asset, which is his tactical mind and his antimatter, Frieza realizes, oh shit, I've fucked up here. I've underestimated this person, and I can't afford to hold back or do what I want to anymore. I need to kill him now. otherwise I am going to die. And they do a great
And-
job selling that in the animation.
Yes, again, it really just feels like by the end, Frieza, he just came out of a war
Yeah.
A war he lost.
that he started.
Exactly.
Mhm.
Yet everything, but he's the one. But it was his own fault. He lost literally everything he was fighting this war in the first place for.
Yeah, he did. It was his own fault that he lost. He again, he lost his fleet, he lost his body, and he lost his mind.
He lost his and his men. But
Yeah,
we all
yeah.
know he didn't care much about that.
Yeah, no, but again, you really feel like Megatron took everything from him, and that's why that you get that. I love that end scene. That's probably my favorite end scene we've had recently, since Popeye versus Saitama. But except it's different. Frieza is just broken mentally and physically, and he's now if he gets a new robotic body or if he gets his old body repaired, whatever, I believe in the rage in his eyes when he says he's going to kill all of the Cybertronians. So,
I also like how
Good luck with
it's
that,
very
that's all I'm
hard
gonna
to
say.
balance,
Yeah.
like, obviously giving that kind of, like, victory to the loser while also making the winner feel like the winner as well. And I think they did a good job with showing that, yes, Frieza, like, basically he lost a lot from this, and Megatron, like, might have died, but kind of won. But at the same time, Frieza still won, and they showed him as powerful and as competent, and as being competent despite that happening. Because it's obviously you want, like, what they've been doing recently with, like, giving the loser, like, moments and, like, kind of coming away, like, satisfied and having their own victories despite losing the fight. It is, like, obviously very hard to balance that with making the winner feel important too. And this plus Billcord, they've just done a great job with both.
I was just going to
Yeah.
say, yeah,
I feel
this and
Guts
Bill
Dimitri
Cord.
does as well. Oh,
I was going to say that one too. Yeah, this, Bill Cord, Guts Dimitri, all three of these fights have just kept getting better with this little segment. And I feel like, okay, you know what? If they're able to pull this off one more time this season, that's it. You know, I'm gonna fucking lose it in a good way because again,
well,
loving that we're doing this.
I wonder if there's a matchup upcoming that will also be able to do this, no matter who wins.
You know, that would
Wink,
be a
wink.
great segue, but we are not done yet.
I know.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, so now as a part of greatsegue.com, man, both these two sounded great. Did they actually get Frank Welker as Megatron?
Well, no, but okay, so
Tom Shaw does phenomenal though.
Yes.
yeah, he does. He so does.
Yeah, but okay, Brobuscus, I think we need to do the thing we always do whenever Tom Shulk is in a battle. We need to save his performance for last because I'm going to say this right now. Once again, as always, Tom is the real fucking MVP of this.
You know, that's really
Yeah.
really saying something considering they got little Karibo back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
He does a really good job with this because obviously he has been voicing Frieza a bit more often in the Hiffle shorts that Team 4 started doing. But this has been a long time since he's had to do any sort of like fight Foley or like attack sounds or anything, and he does a really good job with them. He sells Frieza's like cockiness and anger very well, as he normally does when he takes on the role, and just overall was a really good performance for him.
I agree. I just want to say that, you know, having little Karibo here, and again, I do know, and again, whether you agree, you like him or don't like him, I'm not going to get into that comment I just made, but whether you like him or don't like him, putting all of that aside, he is a great Frieza voice actor in his own right. And, you know, to kind of sell this even harder, Your Only May told me that at a con, I think it may have been Kamehacon, or it was a convention that had all of the English voice actors for Frieza: Linda Young, the late Christopher Ayers, Damian Mills, and Little Karibo. They all got to get up on a panel together and quote some Frieza lines.
Oh, nice.
Which obviously, sorry.
No. I was just gonna say, yeah. So even Funimation is acknowledging Little Karibo's presence as Frieza.
And they hate
Yeah.
Team 4-Star.
More
okay.
specifically, Sean Gamble
Some
takes
of them
the
hate.
star, but
Yeah, but let's not get into that.
Yeah, let's not.
So yeah, no. It was so great. I agree. I really agree with what Aidan is saying. Little Karibo somehow manages to slip into Frieza so comfortably. Like it's really just crazy. His Frieza performance is what makes the character for me. I legit love him as Frieza, and I think in this episode it was appropriate. You had to get him as Frieza. No disrespect to Devil Artemis, he does a good Frieza impression. He's a good impressionist, but Little Karibo's Frieza, just like Lenny Kapoor's Vegeta, it's
And
iconic.
Kaizoneki's Trunks.
Yes, exactly. These performances by Team 4-Star are iconic, and it just needs to be here. So yeah, and he sold the moments good, like the little laugh that Frieza does, the cocky remarks he's throwing out, and of course that
anger.
and yes, he legit, I can tell that he was having fun with this performance because he really got to just go all in with this character in a way that he hasn't gone all in for since the Team 4-Star Frieza saga all those years ago.
Yeah.
yeah, I completely agree.
And I have nothing more to comment on that. I had to spot the guy who doesn't watch Team 4-Star. But no, he does a good job as Frieza. He sounds a lot like Christopher Ayers.
Agreed. He embraces it again. He pretty much, Frieza comes off as a British dictator who has a lot of social class, and he just doesn't care for you. You get the feeling that Little Karibo's Frieza is just all in it for himself. Like he's in it for himself and nobody else.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a real treat to hear Little Karibo back, and I'm happy with his performance. I have nothing to complain about when it comes to the what he did.
But Tom Shock, on the other hand,
Oh God, yeah. Okay, God dang it! Oh my God, if I had a nickel for every time Tom Shulk ends up being the damn MVP of a death battle, I probably would have 5 nickels by now.
So, someone commented on this. I think it was in the Discord server, and I just found it funny. So, who voices Megatron in the Netflix series?
Are you asking?
I know the answer, but I am asking.
Okay, Jason. Jason, he voiced him.
Okay. Who voiced Vader in his episode?
Jason.
Who did we want to voice Vader in that episode?
We wanted Jason.
No, we wanted Tom.
Sorry,
We wanted Tom.
We fought for Tom.
Weird turnaround that just happened here.
Yeah, funny how that.
I mean, okay, I believe we did say on the cast and the prediction that Tom would have been an acceptable choice, but he was not the one we were pushing for.
Well, it was the one you were pushing for, Richard. I know that.
Well, again, I'm always pushing for Tom because I
No,
love him more. And
we were pushing hard for Tom as Vader, but we got Jason instead. And then here we were kind of pushing for Jason to come back as Megatron, and we get Tom instead. Weird how that works.
Funny how things turn out that way.
Yeah.
I did forget because again, I've seen some of Tom's work. I completely, honestly forgot he can do a fantastic Frank Welker Megatron impression.
Yeah.
Yeah, I obviously, like I said before, I don't know too much about Megatron, but I really like how good of an impression he does without getting too raspy with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It leans more into Frank Welker's modern Megatron voice than his classic one, which I do appreciate. Because here, hot take, I don't like Frank Welker's original performance as Megatron.
I mean, as fun as it would have been to get both Frieza and Megatron sounding like 60-year-old chain smokers, I'm happy with how it turned out.
Yeah.
Again, if you're gonna have somebody that can do a G1 Megatron, I guess Tom is the one you go to. But I do agree with Brobuscus. I'm sorry, I cannot take original Frank Welker's Megatron seriously. Like in the movie, I could a little bit, but nowadays when I played Transformers Devastation, I was like, oh my god, Frank's actually sound. I know people are going to complain, oh god, he sounds like that. The voice just killed his throat, but it kind of fits. Like it really fits.
I was also going to bring up Transformers Prime.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Which in my opinion is Frank's best performance as Megatron, because it doesn't sound like he's whisper screaming the whole time. That's good to know. That's good to have.
Yes, but yes, no. Again, Tom is the real fucking highlight of this when it comes to the two voice actors, because it really just feels like he gets the character, and he literally put everything into this performance. Like Little Karibo put everything into his performance, but it felt like Tom just put even more.
He nails the laugh. I'll say that. Like,
oh my god, yes. Which not a lot of people can do the Megatron laugh.
No.
I mean, Frank Welker kind of has a hard time doing that laugh.
He also just puts so much passion in when he's speaking and doing the final dissing monologue to Frieza. Just so much venom in his voice.
Let's talk about that. We need.
Dude.
Oh my god. That
So good.
Fucking monologue. Oh my god.
Dude, Megatron won this episode with that monologue alone. You can't convince me otherwise.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did.
And the other thing too, going back to the writing, Liam gave these two actors a lot to work with, and it felt like it's good because because I forgot to mention this, but Megatron and Frieza are kind of, I don't want to say aristocratic, but they very much come off as they have a higher intelligent way of expressing themselves with certain phrases that they use. Like if you watch Resurrection F, when Frieza mentions words and meanings that not even his commanders know. And with Megatron, I guess because, it does help that he was a poet, so I guess that actually makes sense that he would be very expressive. It just comes off so natural.
Man, I can't wait for them to do Unicron, and he's just talking in big words for no reason.
No. They need to. Okay, look, I don't know if Tom is capable of it, but please, for the love of God, get Tom.
It's funny. I was watching the '86 movie again. A, for a video that's going up on another channel, and B, for the two watch parties I had in this server. It really just kind of emphasized just how much Unicron just is really Shakespearean for no reason.
It does help. It does help that the part was specifically written for the late Orson Welles.
I know, but it's just funny because a lot of Unicron's lines, you listen to them and you're just like, who talks like that? But whatever. We're getting off topic.
Yeah, no. Look, I rewatched every time I rewatch this animation. Tom's performance sends me over the goddamn moon, and Little Karibo is pretty much the rocket that kicks it off.
Yep.
Also, truth be told, I would gladly follow Megatron into battle. I wanted to tweet that at Tom.
Honestly, same.
I wanted to tweet that at Tom.
I don't know if I'd willingly follow Megatron, but I'd follow him more than I'd follow Frieza.
Yeah, I was
100%.
gonna say.
True.
Frieza will freaking murder you if you inconvenience him.
Exactly. Yeah.
And we all know that Megatron will keep you around no matter how much you get on his nerves. I mean, look at Starscream.
Well, I mean, the reason he keeps Starscream around is because Starscream makes the best Christmas cookies. I know nobody watches the Nostalgia Critic here, so I know that joke was just going to fly over your heads.
All right.
For like my explanation, and it's backed up by a few other shows. I don't know if this is G1. I don't know if this applies to G1, but it applies to other shows. And it's just kind of like what I personally view it as nowadays. I just like to think that Megatron keeps Starscream around because he finds amusement in Starscream's attempts and failures.
Oh, absolutely.
It's like everybody. Like I see the question asked every time: why doesn't Megatron just kill Starscream? It'd be so much. It'd be so much more convenient for him. Because Megatron just is a troll. He loves seeing Starscream try and fail and just laugh in his face.
Agreed.
It isn't until one of Starscream's like plans actually almost works that Megatron's like, all right, I've had enough. And that was his Galvatron too. So that's like.
You know, that's kind of funny you mention that, considering that's exactly kind of what happened to Frieza in this animation.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. But you know what also sounds good?
What?
The soundtrack.
You know, I wasn't gonna say
Simply,
anything.
don't call him back at it again.
Is legit such a big name.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay,
Look,
yeah.
Okay. Like, bro. I'm not trying to. I swear to God, I'm not bragging towards you. I'm bragging towards myself because as soon as I got a W with Frieza winning and plus the most hyped fucking episode ever, I legit was playing the soundtrack on loop and I was just jamming the fuck out. I was literally just doing my own victory dance to that fucking music.
I don't mind you celebrating. I don't want you to be a dick about it.
I'm not being I wasn't being a dick about it. I just said it. I wasn't being a dick about it. I was literally just excited.
But no, Final Formers is really good.
Yes, I'm good.
Anytime they get a Dragon Ball.
Tyrant reference in it.
Yeah. Anytime we get a Dragon Ball fight, like with
The tracks just go so fucking hard.
yeah. And we are
So
like,
is every
most of the time-
Dragon Ball match gonna get a vocal track from now on?
probably that seems like
Maybe, yeah.
I mean considering
I'm
like
not complaining.
with this one and the 3 we got last season, plus Goku Black versus Reverse Flash, plus Hulk versus Broly. Yeah.
Yeah. Safe to say.
I'm not complaining with that.
That's what 6 in a row.
Yeah.
Granted, one of them was Therwolf, not Brandon, but still.
I mean, I just said
TV
vocal
track
track.
stay winning.
So there you go. Yeah.
Also, this is 3 vocal tracks in a row, and all of them were done by Brandon. My guy, Brandon, are you okay?
Yeah, it's like, does Brandon need help or something? Because like with the
Koto,
amount of
I know what
fire-
you're. I think I know what you're about to bring up.
I know.
Don't.
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
Excited.
not the time.
Not yet.
Okay. So yeah, no, I love this track. It's really good. So like, what is it nowadays? So it's like anytime Brandon gets, well, anytime he gets Dragon Ball, and B, anytime he gets a match that he has already done for his commissions, A, they're better. B, their vocals. Every time without fail. Like I'm pretty sure every time Brandon's done both a commission and an official track for a match, the official ones are usually vocal tracks and they're usually better. That's nothing against
Also,
Deceptive Tyrants. Deceptive Tyrants is really good, but
the lyrics for this for Final Form is kicked ass.
Yeah.
Like, and again, we did kind of call this Brobuscus. I did say that that you when this sounds, since you're using an G1 Megatron and Frieza, both of these two lend themselves really well to this kind of track.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Look, I'm just going to be upfront with all of you. This is my favorite track of the season, and I think I have a problem, and because I keep listening to it.
I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that's my favorite of the season, but the season is stacked.
I was gonna say, it's stacked musically and in general.
Yeah, like
this
still
doesn't meet God's
major
hand for
biases
me, but it's a close second.
Yeah. Yeah. This is probably my third favorite track this season.
It's somewhere like that. Somewhere like that for me. I don't know, but it's.
I don't know.
To be fair, it's kind of hard to judge the tracks for a Death Battle season until the season's completed, because I feel like every time I'm like, damn, this is my new favorite song, the next episode comes out,
Dude,
and I completely change my opinion.
Freaking last season was like, all right, Princess of Pride. This is my new favorite track of like, not even just the season. Like this is one of my new favorite tracks of the show. It's like Princess of Pride. This one's my favorite. The Metal Lotus. This one's my favorite. Hedge of Tomorrow. This one's my favorite. Dragon Dance. This one's my favorite. Like, stop, please.
Stop giving us good music. How will we survive?
I know. I know it's like wow, I know it's like wow, you're complaining about us getting good tracks, and I'm like, oh, well, actually no, but ironically yes. It's like on the one hand, keep going. We are eating good, but on the other hand, please stop. It's making figuring out which one's my favorite really damn difficult.
But yeah, there's so many good tracks this season.
This track will play it when I die. my tombstone will read, rest in peace, Richard. He died from his ear from an eardrum, from his eardrums exploding due to listening to Final Formers.
Okay, but I demand that as your coffin's being lowered in, it needs to be like the heavy metal part of the song that's just screaming "die" over and over again.
That's so dark. That's
made you laugh though.
That's freaking yeah. No, dark humor is like the funniest shit ever.
Oh gosh.
Anyways, so
Sorry.
I guess no, it's fine. So yeah, I guess that's the episode.
Yeah. Was it very good?
It was very good. It is a really good episode. I don't want my I don't want my negativity from the start of this podcast and even a little bit now to give you guys the wrong idea. I do still really like this episode. I'm just sad.
And get that.
That was a good episode. Now then. And
this is my look. I'm just gonna go on and say I've given this episode a 10 out of 10, and I have proclaimed it's my favorite of season 10. It's it's going in my top 3. Where
Wow.
it'll go, you'll have to find out. But this episode for me is perfect, despite the little nitpicks I have with it, and despite the feel and despite the choices that were made. I really fucking love this episode. I'm gonna watch it again and again.
I'm just saying, cue the sad violin.
We'll see if editing Brobuscus remembers that.
I probably
That's the
won't.
thing. An exchange for giving you a supreme sadness, because that'll deliver the community one of the biggest hypes coming up. What you saw here wasn't a promise, but it was a contract act. That's something that the community is asking. How could I break that contract? Sorry.
Anyways,
How can and an episode with as toxic as a reaction and to it as possible seems small in comparison to what's happening next. So damaged that it would never be able to bounce back as long as the community lives. Quite the challenge, isn't it? After all, there's pretty many toxic fans of both sides lashing out at each other with Frieza and Megatron. So, the team decides to begin by making the fan base a lot happier by using 2 of the biggest upcoming series, the 2 newest series of this show, and their 2 most popular characters. Let's get into that, shall we? Open the door, ZDogg.
Yes. Let's.
Open the door. I'm going to take this previous conversation and kill it. Open the door, ZDogg.
So,
Don't do it, ZDogg. You've read the manga. You know what happens.
as if this season couldn't get any crazier. Yeah. Next episode, we are getting one of the biggest recent matchups of the show. So, that's nice. What is that matchup, you may ask, if you haven't seen the episode, in which case, what are you doing? Regardless, we are getting Satoru Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen versus Makima from Chainsaw Man.
Bang.
And I'm excited. I am pretty excited for this, not gonna lie. Man, this season's lineup is pretty stacked, not gonna lie. It's stacked in the quality, it's stacked in the music, it's stacked in the matchups. Gosh. As if it couldn't get better.
Your hands are cold again, you poor thing. Shall we go back inside?
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright.
and I don't really have anything to say on the matter.
Neither do
I mean,
I'm not going to contribute. I'm not going to contribute much to this. I have started Chainsaw Man. I'm halfway through it, and I do plan on watching episodes of Jujutsu no Kaisen. But from what Brobuscus has said, it sounds like it's going to be a slow burn at first. So yeah,
I
have nothing to contribute.
I mean, I binged through the entirety of the Chainsaw Man anime. Finished it this morning.
Nice. Again,
I highly suggest you reading through it because, oh boy, the episode.
Yeah.
When this episode
There's
comes
no
out,
way
but-
the episode can go through it without
Okay,
major manga
yeah, I'm just
spoilers,
gonna-
given Ma-
Yeah, that is-
Yeah, we
that is
probably get
okay,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get this out of the way right now. If you're interested in both of these franchises and you don't want to be spoiled, don't watch this.
Sorry, you guys, please
to
skip to like.
the timestamp given here, where we're probably going to talk about the Tournament of Champions or something.
Yeah, and if not in the video, I'll link it in the comments. I'll try to remember that. So I got you. And
just because like 3/5 of us are currently caught up to the manga and are probably going to be discussing it during this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you guys right.
It is literally unavoidable for this debate.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you guys right now. Don't hold back. I know like you may want to, but don't. I'll probably put the timestamp on screen. If not, then I'll probably just like ZDogg said, one of us will link it in the comments. Chair just tried to freaking murder me.
Oh no, it's cursed. No, it's trying to kill you. But
yeah, even speaking as someone who's only watched the Chainsaw Man anime, don't go all in. I don't care. And especially since like if you're like not even just for this podcast, like if you're watching this and you're interested in both franchises and you haven't caught up, don't watch the episode. Just don't. The episode is not. The episode is not going to hold back.
Either character justice without going deep into spoilers. Like they can't really pull a Tanjiro versus Jonathan with this one.
A character's powers in themselves they're going to expect you the biggest plot twist of the entire show. Yeah.
They're going to expect you to be fully caught up with everything. So yeah, do what all these guys are telling you. If you do not watch this episode until you are all fully caught up. And yeah, other than that, I'm gonna let my friends talk about this fight because I don't know enough to give any thoughts. The best I can say is, look, I like Chainsaw Man so far. It's pretty dope. Denji is taking a little while to get used to because he reminds me a lot of Master Roshi. He's just a fucking pervert with chainsaws.
Major boy.
I know.
Yeah, he never goes out of his way to make a woman feel uncomfortable. Unlike Master Roshi.
Unlike Master Roshi, yeah. But I like the anime so far, and yeah, I will give my thoughts on who I think is going to win at the end after one of you has convinced me who I should place my bets on.
So I guess just to get my thoughts out of the way because I've like just that little bit more to say. So I have not seen Jujutsu Kaisen, so I have no opinion on Gojo. For Makima, I have seen Chainsaw Man. I have not read past the anime. I don't know how to feel. It's a bit of it's a case where it was like during the fights I was super into it. It was the fights are really good. Everything else, like gonna be up front, none of the characters are really doing it for me.
What if thought you would have liked Akia a lot?
I mean, I don't like outright hate anybody. Like at least not like as a character, I should say. But like none of them are really like standing out. The only thing that really like sticks out for me as like character wise is that Denji's demon form looks pretty freaking rad. Other than that, I don't really care for these characters. So yeah, can't really say and as for Makima specifically, I can't really say I'm the biggest fan.
Well, I mean, she is a groomer, so yeah, she's literally grooming a boy.
It's just a problem. Like this whole show has just kind of been giving me like uncomfortable vibes from like Makima, from other characters, from Denji. Like it's just It's uncomfortable. I'm not into it.
Chainsaw Man
Alright.
definitely is not for everyone. Yeah, go
Yeah,
on,
that
Steve.
yeah, I was gonna say the contents in that is not everyone I'm sure will vibe with it, but I guess I'll give my thoughts on both now. Okay, so if you were to ask me this question, what do I think of both characters? About a year ago, I would have been in the same boat. I don't know, but I actually have at least watched both first season, the first season of both animes, and I like both series at the moment.
You're welcome.
I'm
by
sure.
the way.
Yeah. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure the spin may change with future arcs, but I'll let Koto get into that when I pass the mic to them. But for now, Gojo. I kind of made Gojo my goat, a common saying whenever he shows up, because he is my goat. I really like him. He's I don't know. I mean, he's just really funny. He's really chill. I like his abilities. He's I don't know. He's just a lot of fun to watch whenever he's on screen. But also,
the best character in JJK Free.
Yeah, exactly. But also he also makes sure to be especially terrifying when he gets serious, which I really like about him. When he does when he messes when he goes all out, he's not messing around, and I think that's just really cool about him. As for Makima, I mean, okay, well, I will say I liked. She is probably one of my least favorite. Well, okay, I can't even say that. Compared to the other main characters in Chainsaw Man, I probably like her the least, just because of, yeah. But
FBI,
I still think
up.
exactly. Thank you. But I still like her as a villain. She's still very intimidating. What we've seen of her, her abilities seem very scary. And I'm interested to see what other ones she has. So that's interesting. I don't know. She had kind of like the Homelander effect, I guess. It's she's entertaining, but also I get extremely terrified whenever she's on screen.
That is such a good comparison. My God, what?
It just makes me very.
Yeah, she does have a very similar effect.
Exactly. So, yeah. I mean, short and sweet. I mean, I'm 100% rooting for Gojo, but it's cool that both these characters are getting on, and I like both series now. And yeah. All right.
I'll go last. I have a lot to say. I'll go last.
All right, Aidan, your time is up. Or your time is on.
So I was brought here today to be with you all, because I read both Chainsaw Man and JJK. I'm caught up to the manga as it is now, and I was really hyped when this episode was announced. I do even though Makima is just a horrible person, I do think in terms of being a villain character, she is written really well, and how her story was concluded, I really did think it was executed quite well. But I'm here to be the hype man for, and placed my bets on Satoru Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. I will fight in that corner. I don't know about Makoto, where their opinion on this lies, but I am personally believing that Gojo does have this, though I think a lot of people are overselling both Gojo and Makima in terms of the fact that this will supposedly be a stomp for one or the other.
This ain't a stomp.
All right.
Okay, well,
It
we'll get to debate shit later.
Yeah.
Let's focus on what we like about
Let's
the characters.
focus on them as characters. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. As for Gojo, the reason he's my second favorite Jujutsu Kaisen character, I think he's incredibly written and plays a very key role in his narrative, and I think he's handled really well, despite the fact that canonically the author of the series hates him. He is still, yeah, that is right. The author, Geiga Kama, really does not like Gojo, but
Purely
even
just
still,
because
I think,
Gojo's too OP.
yeah,
Purely just because of that.
because of that fact. I still think Gojo's story is incredible. I think he plays just such a good role in his story. The way that he develops, the fact that we get to learn more about him and his whole like, he doesn't ever really lose his whole untouchable like godlike status that he has throughout the manga, but we get to see him more as a human as the story progresses, which I really like. We get to learn that he's more than just haha me OP. Like we get to see he's got far more depth to that, and we get to have that explored, and we get a good bit of focus on him despite the fact that he isn't the main character, and he even takes over as the main focus for good parts of the story itself. And I'm also really happy with how his story concluded in the manga, despite the fact that a lot of people didn't. But
Hi, I'm people.
that's it. That is a different discussion in of itself.
Why do I get the feeling that if we did go into that discussion, we'd be here all day?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
probably would.
Ask ZDogg how long my rants on
Yeah.
later JK chapters go.
All right, cool. So
I
then
do
we
understand
won't.
a lot
Got
of
it.
criticism to it. Yeah. I will just say
None
briefly, I do understand the criticism behind the recent chapters, even though I disagree with a good chunk of it, but that is beside the point. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say about both
Opinions.
Makima and Gojo. So, Makoto.
Yes.
When JJK's anime first got announced, a friend was hard trying to push the people in my current friend group to watch it. I watched a bit, but due to some complications, I stopped and then began reading it instead, and I loved it. It was legit one of the best new series that came out at the time, with how it's running consistently with high-quality chapters, very well-written characters, amazing fights, and an interesting power system. And above all that was Satoru Gojo, who I personally believe to be the most well-written and entertaining character in JJK. Everything he was used in was almost perfect. And Fortnite literally had one of the weapons be one of his powers rather than the main protagonist's abilities. You know those powers are sick. Yeah, I have the Gojo skin in Fortnite. But I also, then there's Chainsaw Man, which I started reading out of recommendation from a friend while I was really sick last year, and I finished that in 3 days. I read the entirety of Chainsaw Man in 3 days. It is straight up in my top 10 manga of all time, and ever since then, I've been trying to push everyone I know in order to try and check it out, because it's an experience that words itself can't put in. Say hi, ZDogg.
Hi.
But, Makima, I hate her, but she is one of the most phenomenally well-written villains I can't help but respect as a villain. And the fact that I hate her as much as I do is purely just as of a testament to how well I think she's written to be this despicable, hateable human being that you just can't. But yet every time she's on screen, she just completely draws the attention to it. Yeah, she murdered my favorite character in the series twice, but just something about her is just so interesting and fascinating, and her motivations actually add a whole layer of depth alongside, once you realize, which I think is the most. I'm gonna start some spoilers, heavy spoilers now. Makima was behind literally all of the devil attacks that happened to Denji after he was discovered as her way of testing him and refining him into a loyal tool. Which makes you rethink everything that has happened before. Or realizing how far ahead the moment she saw Denji. She knew exactly what was going to happen with him, had a plan to mobilize it, to give Denji everything he ever wanted, only to take it away in the most gut-wrenching, horrible thing possible in order to turn him into a weapon, in order to turn him into a force for a greater good, but unnecessary evil. And she is, in my opinion, the second best villain Shonen Jump has had in a long time, and the currently second best villain in Shonen Jump's entire modern library, only falling short of Shigaraki, in my own opinion. What a villain! And funny enough, she's the one I'm pushing to win this fight. So, Aidan, can I already say before we debate, may the best debater win?
Yes, I am very out of practice when it comes to debating, but yes, may the best debater win.
I'm sure you'll do great. But before then, we have some what's the word? We have some production to get into.
It's production time.
All right, so I know I said this last time, but like this is a sprite fight, right?
Yeah.
It 100% is. While
working on this, Moro's already confirmed he went through all of JJK and Chainsaw Man to work on this, and is lost at words. Understandable.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah, it's also the fact that there isn't really any models they could have pulled from for this. Like, obviously, they could have made custom models.
Fortnite Gojo.
Well, yeah, Fortnite Gojo, and also the new JJK fighting game that is currently in development. Potentially, maybe they. But for Makima, there wasn't really any potential models they could have pulled from. So yes, it is going to be a sprite fight.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, even besides that, I just feel like sprites just like fit these two better. I don't know how to explain it, but
I
don't know. It just
right. Yeah,
feels
purely
right.
just because of the effects.
Yeah.
And all.
Yeah,
as well
exactly.
as Makima's powers, which I'll get into later.
Yeah.
Plot twist, it's hand drawn. Thoughts?
I swear.
Honestly,
I
Moro did this completely
swear.
solo as hand drawn. That would be sick. I completely trust him with this, given.
Yeah,
what
if
he
they
does
did
on his
hand
own
drawn, I'd be
channel.
down for it.
Yeah, just God, imagine. All right.
So I do want to say one last quick thing. In terms of like voice acting or potential people to play the roles,
So,
oh, sorry.
go on. No, go on.
I would really like it if Valentine Stokes played Gojo. That would be my.
I've heard that before. That'd be that. I can see it.
He'd be my choice, mainly because one, he plays Gojo in a JJK Abridged series, and he does a pretty good job at it. He also does do a good impression of Gojo's English voice actor as well. So he would be my he would be my dream pick for this fight, unless they could actually get Gojo's official English dub voice actor. But I don't think they will.
I mean,
Here's the funny. Here's the funny thing about that. So, both characters' English dub voices have actually been worked on the show before. So I mean, there is a very real. I mean, there's a slight possibility they could reach out to them, assuming. I mean, they would have to go under. They would have to go under. She was the voice of Spider-Gwen.
Oh yeah, she was. The only reason I think it's probably not happening is because JJK's dub is currently releasing for season 2 at the moment, and I think there probably would be something with contracts.
I don't see it. Unless either are put under unless either are put under aliases, I seriously doubt that either of them are coming back.
I mean, that's definitely a possibility, and if that is the case, I would that would make this even more of a dream matchup for me. But I'm still saying Valentine Stokes is my dream pick. If that is not the case,
Fair enough. I never thought about it. I mean, considering his previous work on the show, I mean, I'm sure he'd do really good. So,
I made the joke in the Discord server. What if they get Chris Sabat for like the turnaround?
Yeah.
My God.
Since Kaiji was the voice of
I don't think
Zoro and
Sabat-
All Might.
Sabat can- I don't think Sabat can nail L.
No, see that's
Go.
no, see that's what we call a joke.
I know. But yeah, it would be funny.
That would be funny.
And
Yeah.
Spot has voiced the show before.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't never know. I'm trying to think like if there's anyone in like my immediate, like anyone who could voice Makima, because like I'm not thinking of anyone.
I
off the top of
have
my
an
head.
idea for another potential Gojo VA. Hey,
Go for it.
hey, Alejandro or Kagi. Hey,
oh,
I think Kagi can pull it off.
I think Kagi could do a good job.
Which I think
That's
would be really funny to me because, well, haha, funny voice actor. If they get the character or whose voice actor is voicing someone in the Persona 3 remake, which is why I did the thing I did with the Fuka voice earlier, because Fuka and Makima, same voice actor, and they get a different Persona 3 remake voice actor to voice Makima's opponent. I just think that would be really funny.
That would be funny.
That Akihiko's finally getting back at Fuka for having a higher strength stat than and him, while he's the actual boxer, and she's just the navigator.
Yeah, which was such a weird decision, but that's getting a bit off topic.
Yeah.
No. Good.
Just wanted to point out the funny potential of voice actor joke. Yeah.
There you go. Trying to think if there was like any like female voice actors that like. I mean, I don't think it should be too hard to get a Makima voice actor and just.
Yeah, it just needs to be someone who can capture the more like calm but malicious intentions, malicious and mysterious, where you just can't tell what she's thinking. Because that's the thing that I adore about Makima the most. You can never tell what she's thinking, even when she's clearly stating her intentions. She never shows any sort of weakness or fear in her voice, even when everything's going wrong. So, yeah.
There you go. So maybe the Homelander comparison was more accurate than I thought. Then, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure whoever they get to voice her will do good. I just can't really think of anyone off the top of my head. But I'd be down for if any of the ones we mentioned voice Gojo. So, all right. Also, music. We actually have an interesting thing to note on here. Basically practically confirmed that this is a Werewolf track.
Practically,
Yeah,
I'd say
Aaron-
very much so.
Aaron himself has been hinting, even before this episode was announced, that the track he's working on is absolutely wild. And
Yeah, I'm very
suddenly
excited.
he gets something that he was commissioned to do, and he is hearting in every comment that brings up on that track. That
Well, he
I
himself
think
also said like, it's official. You know.
Yeah. Say it.
Like
That's also.
he's basically saying that he worked on this track.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm very excited to see what he's done for it.
Yeah, which this makes the first Werewolf track that's a commissioned official, right?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
A
Yeah.
matchup, like.
that he himself
Yeah.
has worked on. I mean, there
Yeah.
is score he collabed on that became an official episode.
But his first
But-
Yeah.
solo piece is
Yeah.
becoming official.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. All right. So I guess I don't know what else to do production-wise. So I guess because we actually skipped it the last 2 times, I'm pretty sure. So I guess I'll just ask before we get there. Cipher Wheel.
Oh, I don't know.
Pentagram. And,
Yeah, I think.
I think
Yeah,
it's the
100%.
pentagram. The skull
Yeah.
also works, but I'm currently in belief that's Frieza Megatron on.
Mhm.
I've heard
But the pentagram.
I've heard both the pentagram and the suits be thrown around.
The suits works for
I
Makima, but
guess
it doesn't
the
work
suit-
for Gojo as much.
But it does, yeah, like Makoto
I mean,
said, that doesn't work for Gojo.
I mean, the waves don't work for Rocket,
Right.
and yet that was basically confirmed.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, well.
I'm not salty. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, between the two, between the Death and the Skull, I'd probably say Pentagram works more for this match, but And I do agree that the Skull is for Friezatron, so that's also
You're forgetting the shuffle the shuffle symbol.
So,
Oh yeah.
Guess.
Because that also works as a transform signal.
Oh right.
oh, fair, but because
That's fair.
I'm gonna give my reasons for both. For the skull, it goes to show how everyone close to them dies in some horrible way or makes the fate far worse than death. Whether they're directly behind it or not, everyone they know or care for seems to die around them. While they bring a one-way path of death through their sheer power. Meanwhile, for the pentagram, Gojo deals with curses and commits exorcisms against curses and curse users. Meanwhile, Makima is literally major spoilers. Makima is literally the control devil. So, yeah, literally a devil. One of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse of the Chainsaw Man world at that. So yeah.
So
and she literally forces as other devils to her control, and summoning them from hell as long as she's got control of them once. So, yeah. Not to mention the whole thing of both series being heavily involved with slaying demonic forces or drawing powers from them. So,
Yep.
yeah.
There you go. So yeah. So either of those. I mean, I'm still leaning towards the pentagram, but the Skull does make a lot of sense. So yeah. All right.
So
Is it time?
It is time.
All right. So Koto, Aidan, I want a clean, fair debate. Just don't go. I know you two. You guys won't, but still.
ZDogg, you're free.
You guys will be nice.
The way I imagine it is that this is mostly going to be Aidan, ZDogg, and Koto.
Mostly, yeah. I'll chip in what I can, but yeah. All right.
Fairness.
Okay, so I want to do this a little differently because of the circumstance.
Okay.
I was gonna let Aidan make his case first, honestly.
So
I was gonna let you because I started with the introduction, so.
So the way I want to do it, I'll let Aidan start because it's Gojo versus Makima.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I'll go first.
So I think before we get into like the real deep dive as to who wins, let's get an idea of who they are as combatants first. Let's because I feel like if we don't do that, then at least to me and Richard, you guys are just gonna say a bunch of gibberish that we don't understand.
Okay.
Yeah, that is very fair.
Agreed.
So let's start with a pretty basic rundown. Let's keep it concise but descriptive. Sound good?
Oh boy. How can? Because Makima, due to the fact she can just summon anything she's bind it to.
Well,
her
remember,
control,
we
whether
have-
it's alive or dead. Yeah.
Well, just remember that we have a whole ass tournament to talk about.
Yep, I know.
So
Yeah. So
Yeah.
try to
We're
keep that
only
in mind.
2 hours.
Yeah,
in.
me and Makoto will do our best to both keep this relatively brief.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna struggle a bit, but
That's fine.
I have
I'm not-
way more to talk about than you do.
I'm not asking for a single paragraph. Just
No.
as long as you
rundown.
as long as you don't drag it on, I don't really care.
Yeah, 'cause I gotta eat soon.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Aidan, let's have you go first because Gojo's first in the title. So what is
Okay.
Gojo capable of?
So, Satoru Gojo is an incredibly powerful character. I mean, if you were around when JJK was first airing as an anime, you've probably seen like all the people saying, "Oh, Gojo can like beat Goku" and that stuff. And even though I don't agree with that, Gojo is still incredibly powerful. So, Gojo is a jujitsu sorcerer, which means he has something called cursed energy. Cursed energy works very similar to other shonen power systems. Think like Chakra from Naruto, Ryatsu from Bleach, that sort of stuff. It's like eternal energy that Gojo can harness, and it grants him different abilities. So Gojo has, well, most people have this thing called Curse Technique, is like your unique ability that you can use, and it's unique to either you or your family. And Gojo has an ability called the Limitless. So what the Limitless essentially allows Gojo to do is Gojo can, he used to have to activate it and deactivate it because it took a lot of energy. But essentially what it does is it, I'm just trying to word this, the best way is that it takes the distance between two things and slows it down, because there is so there is between two objects, Gojo and something that's coming to attack him, there is a finite space. But what the Limitless does is it infinitely slows down that object until eventually it just can't reach Gojo. So this basically shields him from any attack, and he can and he has it so it's essentially running 24/7 and will always protect him from any incoming attack. He's able to identify things that aren't just obvious attacks, such as poisons, and can block that using the Limitless as well. It's not just like energy attacks or punches and stuff. He can also willingly deactivate it or activate it again, but he always usually has it running essentially 24/7. Limitless isn't just a defensive ability, it also gives him access to three things more precisely. But the main abilities he gets from it is Blue, which increases his cursed energy output and basically allows him to alter space and bring things towards him and suck things up like miniature black holes. He can also use it to teleport distances and move incredibly fast. He also has a version of the attack which basically he spawns in the air and it sucks everything around it like a black hole. And he has Red, which is using positive cursed energy, because cursed energy is normally negative energy. With positive energy, he can make Red, which allows him to shoot it out as kind of like a laser blast, which repels things. So he has attraction and repulsion. And he can combine these two to make Hollow Purple, which is essentially just a giant energy blast, which combines both attraction and repulsion to create imaginary mass. And it is basically just a giant laser beam that destroys anything it can touch, essentially. So Gojo has that. He also has a domain expansion, which is basically Gojo expands his cursed energy to a certain radius and basically creates a pocket dimension. And inside the pocket dimension, all your stats are boosted, and you basically gain a bunch of powers. Gojo's is Unlimited Void, which basically allows him to flood endless and infinite information into the minds of a target and basically cause them to become brain dead, so long as they're in the domain. Along with that, he also has other techniques. He has Reverse Curse Technique, which, so long as his brain is intact, he can basically heal limbs. He can fix poisons. He can't heal other people like other characters can, but it's essentially automatic regeneration, which he has active whenever he would potentially take damage, which he normally doesn't because of the Limitless. And as well as that, he also has the ability to use what's called a Black Flash, which is essentially focusing your curse technique in a I think it's 110 million or like 1 trillionth of a second, and focusing it to land critical damage, which does about 2.5 to, like, basically, if your attack is 1, then it's timesing that damage by the power of 2.5, essentially. So it's a massive power boost. He also has Simple Domain, which is a counter to people's domain expansions. He has Falling Blossom Emotion, which allows him to use his cursed energy to negate energy attacks made of cursed energy and similar resources. But Gojo's main ability is his Six Eyes, which, along with giving him instant information about a target's abilities, basically makes it so his cursed energy expenditure for his techniques is optimized to the point where it is out, like, the cost of using his abilities is in, like, almost zero, or as close as to zero as it can get, which basically means that if you're looking at like a mana pool in like a video game, he only needs to expend like 0.0001 to use like some of his most powerful techniques, which gives him incredible stamina as well.
All right. Yeah, good job. Very, very nice done. Nicely done. All right.
Thank you.
All right, Koto, are you ready to give the rundown on Makima?
Oh boy, am I ready.
All right.
Oh boy.
right, just-
Makima is the leader of the, or one of the head figures of the Devil Eradication Squad. I probably forgot its proper name, but Aidan is a key figure, but making task force leading devil hunters, as well as some devils, and fighting off devils that attack the city. However, in reality, she is the control devil, who is exerting her control forcefully over others in order to make a quote-unquote more peaceful world at the expense of taking away free will and subjugating those beneath her to stop all wars. Ours, who is attempting to use Chainsaw Man as the tool to do it. At not valuing whoever is, well, the current host of it, only valuing them as a tool and weapon above all else. And with it, in order to reach her goal, she uses her innate ability to control others forcefully by binding them to her will using chains. And as long as she sees herself superior to someone, she can bind them to her will no matter what. Even in weaker characters, such as Makima's reincarnation, Nayuta, who is a literal small child, have used this on one of the other four horsemen of the apocalypse, who believe they were one of the strongest devils of existence. And in order to force them to her will. And also in order to do this, she formed a contract with the government that allows her to put any sort of damage whatsoever she takes it is removed from her and forced onto a random Japanese citizen. And no matter how many times you hurt or kill her, it immediately gets transferred over to a Japanese citizen, meaning in order to kill her, you have to wipe out Japan's entire population first. It doesn't even matter if they're in Japan or not. But let's talk about some of her other abilities, such as her ability to simply crush or distort any space and manipulate it, whether it's through her finger gun bangs, which she used to splatter apart people, or the fact that she can immediately solidly crush any object in a specific location into a bloody pulp. Or when she just simply pointed her finger at someone's head and their brains instantly exploded from it. Due to creating mass and force inside of their head. But let's talk about some of those devils, because there are too many to go over. And devils in the Chainsaw Man universe are only as powerful as they are feared. And let's talk about some of the more useful devils here. Like, for example, there's one devil who is able to instantly flood someone's brain with all the information that ever is, was, and will be, to the point they become vegetabilized and can only think of Halloween, which was used to completely take out a hive mind across the entire world, all at the same time, and render them helpless so Makima can wipe them out. Or let's talk about the Gun Devil, one of the most powerful devils in the Chainsaw Man universe. Due to, well, people are pretty scared of guns, right? Right? Who is able to move across the world in mere seconds, and wiping out entire cities. He's just by moving. Or how about the Bomb Devil, which anything it touches is turned explosive. There's still way more we could go through, such as the Blood Devil, which can freely manipulate its own blood as well as the blood of others, without even really needing to touch them, at its absolute most powerful. Or the Future Devil, which can freely predict the future, or to a perfect degree. And let's talk about Makima's whole thing. There is one loophole to get past it, which, if an attack, where it only things blocks and redirects things that are meant as attacks, which it won't do so if something isn't seen as an attack, but instead an act of love, which is how Denji's able to kill Makima, because that bro loves her. Makima is a master manipulator who has been alive for hundreds of thousands of years. And can remember information that even and others can't, because those concepts were erased from existence when Chainsaw Man ate them. Chainsaw Man's main ability is if it eats something, it is completely erased from existence, and everyone who ever thought of it or knew it forgets it, like it never existed in the first place. And in the end, she was eaten by Chainsaw Man, but still reincarnated anyways. Makima is just almost impossible to kill in a timely manner, unless you just nuke all of Japan and then take out all of the stragglers. And that's not even mentioning the hundreds of thousands of devils and humans she can just freely summon that she's binded to her will. So, yeah, there's my opening statement.
All right. I believe that deserves a clap for both of you. Good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Yeah. So, Bro, do you have any initial questions? All right, if you're still there. Well, we'll just leave it for now. All right. I don't really
I'm
know.
here.
All right. All right. So you catch all that?
For the most part, I've kind of been I've kind of had my attention on something else right now.
Food.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
boy.
All right.
Okay.
So yes. So any
Sorry,
questions?
I'm sorry. No. I did hear a little bit, but because I had to go and get food because I'm not feeling good right now. But that's
Understandable.
Oh, sorry, man. I hope you feel better.
No, it's okay. Allergies and my stomach's literally killing me. But anyway, I did look up some stuff on Gojo and Makima. So that way I didn't feel like I was missing out on what you guys were talking about. And I do gotta say, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that Makima may have this in the bag.
Okay. Let's step back for a second. So, Bro, do you have any like immediate questions for these two, like on like how, like any like confusion in how their abilities work, or any like clarifications?
I feel like I had one, but I don't remember what it was. I guess the one that's like really like on my mind right now, because I'm still kind of like trying to process this, I guess, is
It's a lot. No, don't blame me.
Makima's whole thing about like if you hurt her, if you kill her, then you're actually killing like another civilian or some shit. Is there a limit to that? Like, is there any way around that? You might have gone over that already, but I missed it. But
Yeah, there was a loophole that Denji exploited, but that was because his attacks were never meant as attacks, but out of an act of love. If it's just a direct attack, to the point where the people who are trying to kill Makima only saw two ways to do it: try and get Denji to do it in some way, which Makima herself said, "Oh, she doesn't. She's such a big Chainsaw Man fan. She wouldn't mind if Chainsaw Man killed and ate her, or she would actually be happy and content with that." But also, they literally deemed only one method to actually try and defeat Makima. Remember that devil I brought up, that the hollow vegetabilized people to the point where they could only think about Halloween by loading their brain with so much information and with any information of anything that ever was, is, and will be. Yeah, they before Makima even got control of that devil, the group that brought the group with that devil basically realized, yeah, this isn't gonna work, is it? Before they were forced to team up with Makima, and then Makima just executed them all for trying to make them tap on alliance.
I did remember a question. You mentioned a lot of demons. Like you mentioned, like a gun demon or the gun demon. I remember that. How does all that relate to Makima?
She can freely summon them whenever she wants, because she herself has bound them all to her control. Anything she's bound to her control, she can freely call up, even if it's dead. Until she's killed herself, she can freely call upon them, regardless of, anything.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will say I do have some points to make against what Makoto's said so far about Makima's essential immortality. I do want to bring up one point that I will hold my hand up. If you want to use the argument that because Gojo is a Japanese citizen, that he will eventually kill himself by attacking and killing Makima, and you go with that logic, he loses. I don't agree with that argument.
There is a point you can actually make that is totally in character for Gojo, because he's smart enough to realize what's going on if he realizes Japanese citizens are dying with the exact same news as giving Makima. He just renounces his Japanese citizenship. He hates the government of Japan anyways. He can and will do that, and that will completely protect him.
I do think that is what they're going to bring up. But I know that people bring up the argument.
Hunters that were seeking to kill Makima did that exact thing in order to protect themselves from that.
Which
worked.
Gojo probably will realize due to his 6 eyes. I just wanted to bring that up as a point because a lot of people are like, okay, the first time Gojo lands fatal damage on Makima, she'll transfer it to him and then he loses. I just wanted to bring that up.
Makima can't choose who it gets transferred to.
Yeah, she can't do that, but I know that's an argument that people bring that up. Yeah. My point is that when Makima is ever killed or takes damage, it is never complete disintegration. We've never seen or it's been proven that she could come back from having her entire body destroyed and incinerated. The reason that they haven't tried is because they don't have a powerful enough weapon to use on Makima to do that thing without killing an awful lot of civilians, which is why they haven't done that in the Chainsaw Man universe. They haven't brought that up specifically, but there isn't evidence to prove that she could survive from complete disintegration either, which is something that Gojo is capable of doing.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a potential
That is a true.
way
That is a
Gojo...
true fact, but weaker devils have regenerated from similar states. Like some of them have been reduced to nothing but, for example, Power, who literally, despite being controlled by Makima after getting killed the first time, managed to revive herself from blood that Denji swallowed literally 2 days ago. Completely regenerate herself in an even stronger state. 8.
Yeah.
So I don't doubt that Makima can regenerate 8 from basically nothing.
In fairness, though, Power is specifically the Blood Devil, though. That is her entire thing, whereas Makima is the control devil itself. I also do agree that they didn't think that using Halloween on Makima would work, so it's debatable about Unlimited Void. I do want to point out, though, that Unlimited Void is an area of effect rather than Halloween, which is a single target. So while Halloween's effect can spread to people that are connected to the initial target, it is like an activatable effect, whereas Gojo's is an area of effect. So if Makima gets hit by Unlimited Void and then tries to transfer what's happening to her to another Japanese citizen, she'll get hit by it immediately afterwards. It will be a constant loop of hit, transfer, so long as she's in the domain, and she won't have any time to actually escape the domain. Because she's locked inside a barrier, so unless she can teleport out quick enough, Gojo, Unlimited Void will just constantly cause her to have to transfer damage until she potentially runs out of Japanese citizens to transfer the damage to. And Gojo can just keep on teleporting after her, activating domain expansion and trapping her inside, and there's not really anything she can do about that.
That's the thing. Gojo can't spam domain expansions. It's shown in his fight with Sukuna. Doing so is very detrimental, and he has to wait every once in a while. He can't keep spamming it. And if Makima can resist the whole brain transfer thing Gojo's basically left open. And for our Makima to do any of her numerous things that can get past infinity. Which, let me talk about infinity, because, you know how there isn't any notable loopholes that Makima to Makima's as whole damage transfer, complete regen / resurrection, and that Gojo can exploit. Well, Infinity, as we know, sure, it creates an infinite number of space in between that slows attacks down, but if you attack the whole space or send an attack past the space, ace, then you can hit Gojo. That's how he dies. That's how Sukuna kills him, by cutting him in half by attacking the entirety of the space. Something Makima is
In fairness,
inside of someone.
all right. So you kind of cut out there on my end, so I don't think I heard fully what you said there. Unfortunately, I do want to say about the Gojo point about domain expansion. He was only starting to run out of curse energy because he was basically destroying his brain and recreating the part of his brain that allows him to use his technique and activate domain expansion after immediately using it. If he has a little bit of time to recover his technique naturally, then casting domain over and over again isn't going to drain his stamina, essentially. So long as he's not forced to do that, then he can just keep on doing it. And if Makima has to leave the area and teleport a good bit away, he has the time for his technique to recover and to just chase after her again.
Well, that's the thing. Makima can directly bypass Infinity through multiple different means. And remember what you just said about his brain? Makima's signature move that she immediately goes for in most situations is creating a mass inside someone's brain and blowing it up. That is more than likely going to be the first thing she attempts to do to Gojo, which, as you just said, Ed will mess him up and force him to not constantly be able to spam it.
Yeah. I do want to say,
regenerate
though,
it.
there is a significant difference between what Makima does and what Sukuna was able to do, because Sukuna specifically created a slash that could transcend concepts such as space and time, whereas Makima is just able to make invisible space and allow it to expand. And yes, she can do that inside people, and there is a good possibility that could bypass Infinity, but we have seen from the fight with Chainsaw Man, Vegeta Chainsaw Man, not Denji Chainsaw Man, that people can survive those attacks. So it's not just the one shot.
Yeah. I never
technique.
said it was a one shot.
I know, but I'm just saying, she can't just instantly blow up his head. There's a good chance he'll be able to tank it, since he scales higher in terms of durability.
Yeah, okay, I was actually about to ask about that. I wonder...
Yeah, he scales higher in terms of attack potency and durability compared to, the entire Chainsaw Man cast.
Since current feats put it above the real calcs for Chainsaw Man and feats. Except speed. Makima has speed.
Oh no, Makima has speed.
By a pretty large margin, given the JJK author themselves says as that they're supersonic at best.
Well,
which is
in fairness,
pretty consistent with actual calcs currently going around for JJK.
In fairness to that as well, the author has admitted that he doesn't have as good of an understanding of physics as he thought he did, and there has been multiple feats to contradict author statements about the character's limits in terms of speeds. For instance, the Maki catching a bullet feat, which she does far earlier in the series, up to Kashimo in current JJK, who is able to react to electronic waves, essentially, and turn his entire body into electricity. And he scales lower than Gojo does in terms of speed. So I don't agree with subsonic JJK. It's an early offer statement that people use to downplay the verse in terms of speed. Now, whether or not Death Battle will agree with that is up to interpretation. I just personally don't agree with those kind of like lowball feet trap statements for the verse in terms of speed.
I will say I am seeing a perception speed in the original blog. I am seeing a perception speed that gets like 4.6 thousand for Gojo.
In the original blog, it also has for Makima multiple close to 2 FTL speeds. That's multiple sub-rela to just light speed feet scout, which should be even more furthered here given, and well, Makima is comparable to the Darkness Devil, the most powerful devil in the Chainsaw Man verse, being she was able to fight it off long enough without taking any damage, long enough to get every surviving member of, well, her out the Devil Hunters out of the Darkness Dimension. And the Darkness Devil is implied to instantly eclipse all light itself, which, yeah.
Which is a very big speed edge. I'm just saying there is an argument, thanks to Kashimo's curse technique, for... I'm not saying every JJK character, I'm saying like the top tiers like Gojo and Sukuna who scale to light speed feats. I still think Makima is faster, but it's not to the point it's like complete blitz.
Okay. So any questions before we go on?
So what I'm getting at here right now is that Gojo... How much stronger is Gojo? That's...
So there's a bunch of different statements for the power level of JJK characters. Even weaker characters such as Dagon, who Gojo scales like thousands of times above with his curse energy alone, was able to create an island-sized pocket dimension just purely from his internal curse energy, and Gojo scales like thousands of times above him as well. There's also statements that say that to be a special grade, which Gojo is far above, you need to be capable of destroying a country in terms of your power. And there's also another special grade who Gojo is significantly stronger than by using her technique to create mass over and over and over again, was able to create a black hole that would have destroyed the planet had she not also held back the power using her own cursed energy. But another character that Gojo scales to also weakened it, so it would only destroy a sizable area. And there's another character who Gojo also scales far above, that was able to be in the epicenter of that blast. And while he was able to use hacks to make it not fatal, he was still able to tank that massive explosion as well. So there's up to planetary scaling or planet level plus for Gojo.
Well, damn. Okay.
Meanwhile, for Makima, most calculable feats for Chainsaw Man Part 1, to my knowledge, put around the city through, if you want to be generous, mountain range, but let's talk about Chainsaw Man Part 2, more specifically the Falling Devil, who was afraid of Makima's much weaker reincarnation, Nayuta. The Falling Devil is makes things fall. And does this by completely reversing the gravity of the entire planet to create an endless state of falling and for all those in it. And Makima, as reincarnation, Nayuta, who is still one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the Falling Devil did not want to upset her, or out of fear and respect. And Makima is far more powerful than her reincarnation Nayuta. And this is a commonly stated fact that the whole reason why Nayuta is kept how she is so she never becomes Makima in terms of power or personality again.
I do want to point out there's a difference between power as in like power scaling, how much I can destroy, and power in terms of hacks and potential. Makima's main strength doesn't come from her power like Gojo does. It comes from what she's able to use with her hacks in terms of prep time. If you give Makima prep time, Gojo loses. But in a death battle scenario, Gojo has the edge.
Whoever said I was giving her prep time, and I was just upscaling her from her reincarnation, and who is directly feared by a devil capable of that sort of power.
I'm just saying there's a difference between fearing someone due to reputation and ability, such as hacks, and a difference between fearing someone because they are stronger than you.
Okay.
But anyways,
So
I outright do believe, despite being weaker, Makima doesn't need power to win. She just needs her hacks.
So what can Makima do to get past? Like if Gojo's that much stronger, what can Makima do to overcome that?
Let's start things very simple. Control, which completely binds anything that she believes herself to be superior or regardless of strength, because she has done this with physically stronger foes before. If she believes herself to be superior to them, she can completely bind them under her control. Or let's just say he starts creating massive mass inside of Gojo. Sure, it won't kill him, but it'll mess him up horribly. Or how about the previously mentioned devil, that the Halloween devil will completely mess him up to the point where all he can think about is Halloween. By getting what is basically a much more powerful version of what his domain expansion does. Or let's say about this. She's more than smart enough to figure out Infinity, and given Gojo will have to basically wipe out all of Japan first in order to kill her, given he doesn't have access to the loophole. Makima makes her way past the loophole and just sends attacks directly into Gojo, attacks the space Gojo's directly in, therefore bypassing Infinity, or attacks the entirety of Infinity to get to Gojo, in order to actually mess him up with hacks. The numerous hacks that she has. There's another ability that Makima has, that being contracts, but I don't think it will play a factor in this fight whatsoever. Which is why I never brought it up, because I don't think Gojo's ever going to accept contracts. But here's the thing. Gojo's greatest fear is the loss of his freedom. Makima is the control devil. Devils in the Chainsaw Man universe get even more powerful when they're faced up against something that fears them. And when you put someone that's the embodiment of control up against someone who fears the loss of their freedom, that's only going to make the one who feeds off of the fear of control only stronger, right? Not to mention, Gojo has to kill so many people in order to put her down, while not once, or even just bind him under her control.
So you mentioned the control earlier. I'm asking this because it's a question on the original blog. So it seems like it's I haven't heard an argument for Gojo to be able to like counter the control. But then the question that I see here is, would Makima even attempt it? Would Makima control Gojo? Like it's not can she, would she? You know? That's the question.
Yes. Yes. Because Makima's whole thing, her whole plan revolves around controlling powerful forces in order to, well, completely force peace upon others by being a force that no one else can stop because she has all the pawns on her side. Like that, or get eaten by Chainsaw Man, and if Chainsaw Man goes to go against her. So, yeah. In a fight like this, she's going to want to force Gojo under her control. And if she can't, she's just gonna kill him. Or even she might do both. Who knows? She's done it before. Cough, cough, power. I'm so sad about that. Cough, cough.
My counter
just do what he did to people like Aki and force someone as powerful as Gojo to be a host for another devil under her control.
So my counter argument to that is I don't think Makima can control Gojo, because to control Gojo, she needs to see herself as above him, which based on most things about Gojo, I don't believe that she would. For starters, Makima needs to, in some respect, prove she is above someone to herself before she is able to actually, control them. So she needs to find some way of proving that to Gojo.
Counter argument.
I mean, I didn't.
Nayuta literally was able to force the War Devil under her control, on sight, without knowing who she was whatsoever. She was able to completely force the devil that embodies the fear for another four horsemen of the apocalypse under her control and force her to do various humiliating things on sight, just because she looked at him once and declared her a thief.
All right.
Really,
well, I didn't interrupt you.
And Nayuta is
Okay,
your
yeah.
point.
This is something that's explicitly brought up.
Okay, Koto, let's let Aidan finish his thought. Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't interrupt you
Sorry.
when you were making your points.
I'm
First of
sorry.
all,
I'm sorry, Nayuta.
First of all, there's a very big difference between Nayuta and Makima, because while Nayuta is a reincarnation of Makima, there's a difference between how a child sees the world and people, and how Makima, who has lived for thousands of years and experienced the events of the world, sees people. Just because Nayuta, who has the same power as Makima, can do it to people, does not mean that Makima's control conditions work the same. They're two different people and have different views on what is required to control people. So, regardless of that, Makima would need to think that she is above Gojo in order to put him under a contract. And Gojo is someone who outscales her in power so much, I don't think that she would see herself as above him, at least not initially. There's also the fact that Gojo, when he was born, he shifted the power balance of the entire world, that people across the world felt his presence. He is viewed by people as essentially a god just because of his power and sheer presence of character. Makima, who finds those exact same qualities in Chainsaw Man appealing, would not see Gojo as beneath her, and thus would not be able to control her, given that situation.
Okay.
All Makima wants
Apologies.
is Makima wants to live and be around people who she can't control. And that is why she's happy to accept the death from someone like Chainsaw Man. Gojo is literally that person. He is more powerful than her. He'd be able to take her attacks. He wouldn't be someone that she could control. He would be someone that Makima would see to be on the same level as Chainsaw Man. So when Gojo pulls out a hollow purple and sends it her way, and it hits her and destroys every part of her, that might be a death that she is content with, and thus would not want to come back, because devils choose to regenerate. Makima might just be happy with that kind of end, because she's finally found someone who is superior to her, someone that she can respect, which is what she wanted out of her relationship with Pochita, which is something that she was longing for her entire life. And she's finally got that with Gojo.
At the same time, Gojo himself wants to find someone and he won't easily defeat, which is why he is happy to die at the hands of Sukuna, which he actually went out and said as he was dying. Something that he struggled with while fighting Sukuna was fighting multiple foes at once, regardless of how much stronger he was than the summons, and because he had to divert his attention to multiple different forces, which is one of the reasons why Sukuna was able to defeat Gojo, despite Gojo going on record to say he was stronger than Sukuna multiple times. Sukuna was able to beat him due to numbers and figuring out his abilities, something that Makima would be able to do, and because she's smart enough and has multiple methods to bypass it, as well as the fact that she can just endlessly summon an army of over hundreds of the most powerful devils in the verse, some of the stronger devils in the verse are able to reverse the gravity of the entire planet at making them possibly at a planetary scale, possibly higher if we want to think on the Darkness Devil, who is able to maintain an entire dimension completely coated in darkness.
Oh, you mean like how JJK characters can also maintain entire giant dimensions? There's also
exactly. I was the exact comparison I was trying to make.
Yeah, I'm also just saying at the same time that, and you are bringing up a lot of good points. Yes, Makima can endlessly summon devils potentially, but we've never seen her do that in a fight. She walked up to the gun devil with a limited amount of people. So yes, she can keep on summoning people, but she had a limit on how many people she could have active at one time. Also, the people that Gojo were fighting...
the fight against the gun devil. With the fight against Denji, she kept bringing them back no matter how many times they were dying, with ludicrous amounts to the point where the whole city was basically a disaster zone. Only stopped once Power pulled herself out of Denji's blood with a boost from Pochita in order to fight them off for a while. So Denji could escape.
Yeah, but I'm just saying she has a limited number that she can have out at one time. It's not like she can just summon thousands of people. Yes, Gojo has difficulty fighting multiple opponents at once, but those were only because those opponents were similar to on his level. Even if Makima scales to Gojo with the falling devil, most of her summons don't, or at least the ones that she's used on screen. And as we saw when Gojo fought against the disaster curses, if he's fighting multiple people that are weaker than him, he doesn't have that much of a problem.
Okay. So
can I interrupt? Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You haven't said anything. Go ahead.
Okay, so both of you have been going back and forth on some compelling arguments, and they definitely answered my questions. But the main question I have is is there okay? Is there anything? Is there anything exploitable for both of these characters that one could take over the other? Because I feel like both of you have gone over a lot of good feats, especially Adrian with the character stuff for Gojo. And I can totally see something like that coming into play for a story climax for the animation, but I'm just wanting to know, is there anything that both of these two can exploit and take advantage of that would make this more favorable in one person's corner?
Makima's go-to move, which Gojo would survive it, would mess up his brain to the point it becomes significantly harder to consistently use his abilities. At this point, making this a horrible war of attrition, in which Gojo will, in a war of attrition, Makima will last longer than Gojo in almost every scenario, due to the point Gojo has to wipe out the equivalent of Japan's entire population before it gets to him. While Makima, Gojo's biggest asset, Makima has ways to get past infinity. Gojo doesn't have ways to get past her regeneration and damage negation, as well as the cosmic level. Once it's Halloween time, it's all over for him. He has no ways of countering that, and it's a better version of one of his abilities too.
Okay. So, Aidan, you made some compelling arguments. So, if I can go into my prediction, Brobuscus, on who I'm putting down, if that's okay with you.
One more question before you do, and then
sure,
then we need to wrap this up pretty quick. We've been going on for a while. So Makima's regeneration. I mean, I guess both of them have regeneration. Well, anyways, you mentioned Makima's whole thing, like if I'm going back to the whole thing about like Japan's population bullshit. You know what I'm talking about. How fast is that? Like if Gojo, instant. Okay, I was gonna say, like, if Gojo kills Makima in that sense, like, how fast would it take for her to come back?
Well, here's the thing though. The speed of the damage transfer speeds depends relatively on how badly Makima is injured, because she got shot in the head, and while the effect was transferred to a random Japanese citizen, it isn't like the damage Makima takes, the damage the Japanese citizen takes. It gets turned into an appropriate illness or minor accident, and it took a while for the gunshot to the head to be healed. So if Gojo is able to completely incinerate Makima's body, which he is capable of doing, it would be able to take long enough to where Gojo would probably just assume she's dead and then would go away, and then that would just become a loop between the two. It's kind of humorous of a scenario as that is to think. I also want to say, while Halloween is a potential option, in terms of actually being able to affect Gojo with that requires contact and Gojo to listen to the Halloween song. Gojo can use cursed energy to block out mind-altering effects by putting cursed energy into his ears, which is shown he's been able to do, which would negate Halloween. Also, Gojo was in a realm where his perception of time was being messed with, and also his own technique, which he is immune to, does a similar effect to Halloween. So I don't think Halloween's ability would be very effective against Gojo.
Okay, alright. I think that settles it. Alright.
But
Richard, you seem pretty sure of yourself. What's going through your head right now?
Okay, so most of what was brought up for Makima is very impressive. But Aidan basically put the final nail in the coffin for my decision making. So here's what I'm thinking. Now, while it is true that if this fight were to go on longer, Makima has a chance of overcoming Gojo. But here's the thing: war of attritions basically mean nothing in the context of a death battle. So, and it seems like Gojo is too smart not to let the fight go on for as long as Makima wants it to. And the fact that that gunshot wound that he brought up was not healed instantaneously, and it will take nothing but absolute obliteration. And there's the fact that he can counter the Halloween because he's faced, from what Aidan has said, it sounds like Gojo has experienced something similar to the Halloween. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, then if that is the case, that to me says that, okay, this is going to come down to Gojo's power, overall more raw power, and in that regard, and the ability to counter most of Makima's hacks. So with that all being said, and thanks to both of you for laying down, you brought the fucking thunder, you made this very interesting to listen to, so thank you so much, both of you. But I'm going to place my bets on Gojo. I think Aidan really convinced me. He sold me on just the raw power, the counters, and the fact that it would be in Gojo's character not to let this fight drag on longer than it needs to. He would recognize that Makima is a huge threat and he needs to put her down. But I can see scenarios where Makima could possibly win if this was just a straight up war of attrition.
So, ZDogg, you're the fanboy. What are you thinking?
All right. Well, Koto, did you have one more thing to say before?
Yeah. It was actually on that gunshot wound. The reason it didn't regenerate purposely was she purposely didn't regenerate it at that point, solely so she could convince other people she was dead. And the moment that person who shot her left the room, she regenerated, walked up to him, and blew his brains out.
Okay, but did she? So you're saying she could have chosen to regenerate? You're saying that?
Yes, because she's regenerated from getting completely dismembered almost instantaneously.
Okay.
He's getting chopped into, basically, to the point where her torso was as liquid blood, Uddy bits. She regenerated from that almost instantaneously, while she purposely chose to not regenerate the gunshot.
Okay.
That was a conscious decision from her.
Okay.
I don't remember that being the case, but I might be wrong with that.
Yeah. So ZDogg.
Okay. Just wanted to get that out there just in case. Just wanted to get that out there just in case there were any cards left unhandled. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, not gonna lie, like, this has been a roller coaster. Like, ever since I've heard of this fight, this feels like the outcomes flip-flop back and forth, but at the moment, I think I'm going to stick with my guns and go with Makima. Gojo is very impressive, and Aidan, you did an excellent job debating him. Well, both of you did an excellent job debating both sides. Just saying that flat out. But I don't know. It's just feels like just with Makima's speed advantage, like, because it sounds like you could argue for both of them to be about the same level. It's just with Makima having that much of a speed advantage and so many abilities that a lot of them do sound like they would be more effective on Gojo than not. It's just, I think that's just going to be enough. So I think that's going to be enough for her to take the win. Plus, just with the whole Japan thing and a lot of her abilities being extremely fast, I think I am going to set my bets on Makima. Though for the record, I would be completely okay if Gojo won. But at the moment, just based on this, and based on everything I've heard, I am going to go with Makima.
Shit.
Look, if we don't get to talk about, if we don't wrap this up and get to talk about,
I know,
matchup winning,
I know,
I'm gonna kill all of you.
I know. Okay. So,
Even though
all
I
right,
love you all.
I'm just gonna roll through what's going in my head right now, and then we just wrap it up here. Like, I feel like if we kept going, we would go on for ages. So I'm gonna get my thoughts out there, and then I'm wrapping this up.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say both of you deserve this.
Yes, thank you.
Agreed. Yes.
Because you both are you both are crazy. I know.
This has been the best debate we've had on BrobusCast.
You guys,
Yeah.
you guys came prepared, and I applaud you both for that. So
Thanks.
what I'm thinking is, okay, so I think I'm gonna go with Gojo. And what I'm thinking is, like, it seems to me like Gojo has the edge in power, like we were talking about earlier. Yes, yes, Makima's faster. That's all well and good. The main questions I've had was like, the limits to Makima's regeneration. Aidan brought up potentially complete disintegration. If, and also like Makima choosing to like because it's a case where like Makima has to choose to regenerate, right? I'm not mistaking that. Like Makima can't.
Not
Makima
always.
can't.
Sometimes
Okay, well,
there's
I probably worded that wrong. Makima can choose not to regenerate, right?
she can
Yes.
choose not to.
Okay. And if what Aidan said earlier was true about Makima like thinking like, yeah, this is an acceptable fate, I guess. She'll just accept it, I guess. I'm saying a lot of I take a shot every time I say I guess. I understand that, but I'm just going off of what
I
I've
just
been.
took a shot right now.
I'm just going off of what I've been told. If any of this is wrong, then we'll find out when the episode comes out.
Yes.
But it just seems to me like Gojo being much stronger, meaning not just that Gojo would, one shot, like maybe not one shot, but you know what I mean. Gojo would easily quote unquote kill Makima. And it also means that Makima wouldn't attempt to control Gojo. I wish I had more to say, but I'm gonna go with Gojo. That's where I'm placing my bets on this one.
All right. Well, I'm sorry if
Crazy
I.
close match, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it is a
fact
really
that
crazy.
The fact that we're split, I think that tells you a lot. This is definitely another interesting debate. It feels good that it feels good that I'm not alone again in who I'm going with. So,
Well, I'm sorry and you're welcome in advance.
yeah, no. I mean, it's ZDogg's turn. Is ZDogg's gonna prove? Will he get his own? Will the hat trick land on him?
Well, it worked for Stitch Rocket, so I mean,
True.
Yeah, that is true. It did work for Stitch and Rocket. So, thank you both again for all of what you just laid down. Seriously, I kind of wish. I don't know how the lads did it, but I'm pretty sure the lads are gonna have we did. You guys came prepared. Honestly, I feel like the lads should have gone to y'all.
Thanks. I just really, really love Chainsaw Man, and the earlier arcs of Jujutsu Kaisen and Gojo. There's no moment
Yeah.
just like Gojo.
Gojo Micah?
So getting to talk about these two and this matchup has been a dream. Like, you can look back to how I reacted with my reaction with ZDogg, where I was thinking this match was going to happen, and I've been predicting this match happening from the start, but I freaked out so badly.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I
it's been a dream coming on here to talk about this match and these two characters.
yeah.
Well,
I'm the complete same.
Okay.
Chainsaw Man and JJK. While I do have a preference for JJK, they're both two of my all-time favorite manga, and it was really fun getting to come on here and actually talk about this matchup, one that I've been excited for a long time. And Koto, man, you had me on the ropes here a few points. Really, I really forgot about the gunshot thing, because I was like, is that? I didn't think it was intentional that she didn't regenerate from that, but maybe it was. I mean, either way, I'm gonna be happy with this episode one way or another. I am rooting for Gojo. I do have bias towards him over Makima, but if Gojo loses, I'll accept it. I'll be a bit bummed that he's died in the manga, got sealed in the anime, and then gets killed on Death Battle all within 2 months. But that's fine. That's fine.
So,
Well,
yeah.
Feel my pain.
Raven situation again. He
I-
literally
I
had
hope-
his race situation again.
I hope Gojo doesn't. I hope Gojo pulls it out because I got a little hot streak coming going on right now. So
I'm just saying, like, depending on how this goes, it might be my turn to have the Brobuscus intro rant. But
Feel my
regardless,
pain.
but regardless, this was really fun getting to debate Yumiko and being on here to talk about this
Yeah.
episode. And thank you guys so much.
Yeah, you were
Yeah.
a great person to debate with Aidan. I have not had this much fun in a debate in such a long time. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I've not done like actual versus debating like in literal years. So this was really fun to come back to this. Thank you.
You'll love to see it. Hey, you guys know what time it is?
What?
Segue time.
It's time.
Welcome to the Tournament of Champions!
Indeed.
I
Can we?
I love the
think-
soundboard.
I know. All right, so I think we can do.
Oh, there's a
what,
soundboard here.
Brobuscus? Yeah. Okay. So Brobuscus, I think we can do what, maybe 15, 20 minutes for this. Like.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
easily.
let's speed run it.
Yeah.
All
All right.
cool.
So weeks
All right.
4 and 5, we're gonna get to talk about this week. Have fun.
Yep. Well, yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. All right. Well, week 4. I guess. I mean, week 4 is over, but shut up. All right. Starting off, Luke Skywalker versus Saber.
Yep. Or Artoria Pendragon.
Yep.
However you want to.
Mhm.
As a very big Star Wars and Fate fan, this was fun to see.
With
voted
Saber,
for
though.
this one.
Sabers and Fate.
Yeah, I've seen a specific version of Fate. My two buddies are massive fucking Fate fans. They actually don't like this matchup, and so I was like, okay.
I don't like this matchup.
I don't like this matchup, but if it means that I get to see Luke in Death Battle again and we finally get Fate rep, I'll take it. But
That is fair.
this isn't
Yeah.
my preferred matchup for the two of them personally. But
Yeah, all I can really say on this match, because I'm not gonna make the comparison to other matches because that's not what we're here for. Let's talk about these matches, okay? All I can really say about this one is that I would really like to see Luke again.
Very.
Because his episode was 1,500 years ago. I mean,
Right.
what? Also, yeah, it was pretty shit.
On a YouTube channel far, far away.
Yeah, the YouTube channel far, far away. There you go. That and also, I would really be interested in seeing a deep dive into like Legends Luke.
Oh God, yes.
Because
Yeah.
from everything I've heard about Luke and Legends, it's freaking bonkers.
You better fucking believe it.
Yeah, and I mean, I am interested. I am interested to see what Fate's all about, and from what I hear, it sounds pretty cool to use. So,
It's cool, but oh my God, Fate is very complicated to get into.
Yeah,
So-
don't worry. If this matchup happens, you can have me on and I can
wouldn't say
present to you my
that.
college
There's
dissertation
two
about the Fate timeline.
big starting points you can have. Fate isn't as bad as people make it out to be.
I'm not saying it's
It's
bad.
really
I'm just saying
just-
it's
It's a Kingdom Hearts
complicated.
situation where it's not as complicated as it seems. It's just there's a lot of information. There's just a lot of information.
It is as complicated as
and-
you make it, as you
and-
want to make it.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of different interpretations of Fate.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but I again, yeah.
Just
I would
counting
love to-
Stay Night alone, there's 3 different timelines. So
Yeah, exactly. That's crazy. But again, I watched a couple of episodes of Fate. Like I said, I actually love Alteria. The idea of Alteria.
Artoria's
Thank you.
in the show.
Yeah, no. Thank you. So the idea of King Arthur being a badass female who wields an invisible Excalibur, that shit, you're like, yes, sign me the hell up. That's why I actually like Alteria better than other Fate. But, there are other good Fate characters, but yeah, Alteria is just my favorite. So, yeah, and again,
so-
Fate
huge
sounds,
Star
Artoria's
Wars
my
fan.
favorite Fate character as well.
Fate sounds like an absolute
Yeah.
My
fever
third.
dream that I
Oh.
need to take part in.
You really do, because it is. It's bonkers. And again,
really is.
I'm a huge
I
Star Wars guy.
personally recommend
I wanna see
starting
Luke.
from either Fate Zero or Unlimited Blade Works.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter
exactly.
which of the two.
Yeah, Fate
Unlimited
Zero
Blade
is-
Works goes through one of the timelines of Stay Night, and is the one that most Fate eight sequel series and spin-offs and stuff call back to.
Yeah.
Given
Fate
how
Zero is
prominent
the
of
best
a
one.
character Archer. And then Fate Zero is literally a prequel to all 3 Stay Night timelines. And Stay Night was the first Stay Night Fate media to be produced.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Alright, so we got everything
Yeah,
out?
but, I mean, I guess just in closing, I feel like this. I don't know if this applies to all this, but I think both would be cool to see. Not exactly sure this is the matchup for it. For
Yeah,
either.
pretty much.
yes,
I know
yes,
my-
yeah.
I know my fellow G1 teammate Saber would be incredibly hyped for it.
Well, there you go.
Yes, especially again, like Brobuscus said, if they primarily use Legends Luke, because I feel like Legends Luke would stand a better chance.
Oh, they'd
against
have to-
Saber.
They'd have to use Legends Luke against.
Oh, Legends
Yeah.
Against Saber.
washed regardless, but
Luke-
still.
Legends Luke is a fucking god. He's not even a god. He's basically a demigod. So he would stand a better
He still
chance.
gets washed.
Yeah, but he would stand a better chance. He would stand a better chance against Saber than if you use Disney canon Luke, who, by the way,
Yeah.
which is
I mean,
a lot weaker than his Legends counterpart. So yeah.
In other words, water
Night
is
and
wet.
day.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
True.
moving on.
yeah.
Yeah.
To the one that,
To the winner.
to the winner. I'm gonna be honest.
It's kind of,
I'm slightly surprised.
yeah, no, right?
I
it
voted
is-
for this one, and I've been on a streak. Equal voting
Okay.
for the winner. Let's
Alright,
go.
it is-
Since all right,
Yeah.
I got a huge stake in this because I prayed to God that this matchup would win. I told everybody go vote for it. I was in the camp for everybody to go vote for it. So yeah, so our winner, the one that actually won, Wile E. Coyote from Looney Tunes versus Tom the Cat from Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
Let's fucking
I mean-
go.
I mean,
Ah,
nothing against it.
Congrats. I
Yeah,
think it's
I
cool.
mean, don't get me wrong. Like Tom's my goat. Like I have Tom and Jerry. I grew up watching that. Like I have like huge childhood nostalgia for Tom and Jerry. I just don't really know how I feel about it being a death battle. But cool for the people that want it. Like I'm happy.
Honestly, I think this fight has a lot of potential if it does happen. So I mean, while it wouldn't be the one that I would have voted for if I could have, I am glad it did get some attention. So that's good.
Yeah.
I'm imagining it's animated similarly to like the Donald Daffy DDX, focusing on comedy and slapstick above all else.
That is possible. That is very possible. Look, I'm going to be honest. Everybody knows me for just being a Scooby-Doo YouTuber, and that's kind of my own fault. But I love Tom and Jerry, and I love Looney Tunes. I grew up watching the classic Hanna-Barbera and Looney Tunes cartoons on DVD.
Yeah, I think we all did.
Yes, and good Boomerang, not modern Boomerang. Modern Boomerang sucks ass.
It's so bad. Modern Boomerang is the worst.
It really is. I've actually never knew how much I wanted this until it was announced. I have heard fans ask and demand for it. It would be like ZDogg said, it would have so much potential because I feel like you could have a lot of fun with this, especially with the writing, because it really is going to come down to the writing and if it can capture the spirit of Tom and Jerry and Looney Tunes. And I also just want to say that it would be perfect if this won the tournament because next year, this year, we're getting a new Tom and Jerry cartoon from Asia that, spoiler alert, is actually more funnier, more artistic, and overall, much more better than the last couple of Tom and Jerry cartoons and movies that we here in the United States have been putting out, and that is very sad.
Thank God.
Yep.
And we have a Wile E. Coyote movie coming out next year, produced by James Gunn, where Wile E. Coyote sues Acme, and the lawyer who's representing Acme Corporations is John Cena.
Wait, what? No way, this is real. You're making this up.
I'm not making this up.
That does sound very fake.
That
You're
sounds.
making this up. You have to be.
And Wiley's lawyer is going to be played by Will Forte, aka the guy who played Shaggy in the last CG theatrical Scooby-Doo movie. So, and it is going to be traditional hand-drawn for Wile E. Coyote. They are going back to having
back in action.
Pretty much like back in action, yeah. So, again, this would be a perfect time for this fight to happen.
Damn, yeah, it really would be.
Everything you just said sounds super made up, but I believe you. That's the problem. That's the problem. I don't know what's worse. The fact that everything you said sounds completely made up, or the fact that I believe you.
Well, when the trailer comes out, when Warner Brothers gets their shit together and they actually release a damn trailer, I will send it here to the BrobusCast headquarters so y'all can see it.
Please do. Please do.
I'm so interested how it's gonna turn out, but
again, Wile E. Coyote is gonna go up against John Cena. Again, I'm just repeating myself.
Okay.
Well, anyways,
yeah. So, Brobuscus, your thoughts?
I mean, I got nothing. I don't really have much to say. Like it seems like a fun match. The only thing I distinctly remember hearing people say people request Tom to fight Sylvester.
I mean, yes,
I get that, but at the same time,
it's
I
thematically.
This is
This is thematically more better because look, on the other hand. Yes, Tom and Sylvester are both cats that chase after. One chases after a canary, the other one chases after a mouse. That's their whole gimmick. They're cats that chase things
and fail miserably.
But let me just say this: Tom and Wiley works much better because most people forget. Tom is actually a genius when it comes to inventions and gadgetry, the same as Wile E. Coyote. So it would essentially be two genius animals that try and catch their prey using inventions or just their sheer wit and determination. And they sometimes end up failing. But again, I don't want to paint Tom as he never catches Jerry. BTW is
one of the times.
Yes, he has won against Jerry a few times. Like, Wile E. Coyote never fucking catches the Roadrunner. Even when he did one time, he didn't know how to fucking handle it because it essentially just involved him. Oh shit! How am I gonna get him out of this trap that I built? And then he gets trapped in the trap, and the Roadrunner speeds off.
Yeah, and can I talk about something that Tom did with an invention once?
Sure.
He once built a car that sawed Australia in half.
Yes, I also want to mention Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry have also done more than just chase each other. They've gone to Mars. They've discovered life on Mars. They were able to save the Earth from an invasion from Mars. They've done a race where they race towards one area in Fast and the Furious style cars that have weapons and shit. Yeah, so
that was like my favorite childhood movie, like growing up. Like I love that Tom and Jerry movie.
Oh yeah, me too. So again, Wiley, if this matchup were to happen, I would go more into it on who I think would win.
I'm not mentioning it. I was just bringing it up because I thought it was funny.
No. But then you got me talking. So yeah.
Fuck.
Well,
okay,
cool,
yes.
Great. Everything you said sounds made up. Everything all of you said sounds made up, but I believe every word of it. All right, cool.
It's cartoons. What do you expect?
This freaking tournament has become a fever dream. Let's move on. To the match I voted for. That I honestly thought was pretty set to win, but I guess I was wrong.
I mean, the team themselves thought this was going to be the winner this time, but were proven
wrong. So did I, honestly.
Yeah. That said, Death Metal, please still do this. It's Hiccup and Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon versus Hero and Baymax from Big Hero 6.
Please do this. I would be so down.
Yes,
please.
Man, I thought that this was the most stacked active lineup they did. Yet, even though there was one match I really didn't like of these four.
I was legitimately expecting this one to win just because number one, it's a tag team matchup like everybody's been saying. We haven't had a tag team matchup since Ratchet and Clank versus Jack and Daxter back in season 3,
which is still baffling to me.
I know.
I agree.
Both of the franchises are super fucking popular, especially with the announcement now that unfortunately, How to Train Your Dragon is getting a live action remake.
I trust
DreamWorks
more with it than I trust Disney with their remake, so.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, it's not being produced by DreamWorks. Well, DreamWorks is not having no hand in it.
Cool. That makes it like
DreamWorks still owns the property.
That makes it like 50,000 times worse. Thanks for that.
Yes.
Anyways.
Yeah, I love both these franchises.
I love Big Hero 6. Like, that's such a good movie.
Yeah.
I went to go see it.
How to Train Your Dragon. Yeah, me too.
The How to Train Your Dragon trilogy is my second favorite DreamWorks trilogy of all time. And Big Hero 6 is a movie I have a deep attachment to.
I have a big attachment to both. Like, How to Train Your Dragon... Oh, sorry.
No. I was just going to say, I also watched and loved the Big Hero 6 cartoon 2D series.
I forgot that was even a thing.
Both of them.
Yeah. It was even done by the same team who did Kim Possible.
It was actually pretty good.
That explains a lot.
But yeah, How to Train Your Dragon was the first ever movie I saw in 3D when I was like, God, how old was that? 8? I can't remember, but.
God. I remember the 3D.
Yeah, like that was I know, it was so good. And Big Hero 6 has like a special place in my heart as well. So like I'd be excited for this, but also I just feel really bad at the same time.
Agreed. Yes.
There's like two childhoods like killing each other. So
yeah, no. And again, I want to make just clear how big of an upset this was, that this didn't win, because legit.
I know, right? I was so confident this was going to win.
This has been long. No. I'm sorry. This has been long requested. I would say that like Tom versus Wile E. Coyote is more of, I don't want to say an obscure matchup, but this one has had legs for a long time.
Yeah,
it's constantly requested.
I always viewed it as like a trinity, you know, like a tag team trinity. You had Ratchet and Clank versus Jack and Daxter. You had this fight, and you had like Mordecai and Rigby versus Finn and Jake.
Agreed.
Like those were the three matches I always kind of linked together, because like they're tag team matches, and they were super highly requested, and I liked them like a lot. So.
And yet, only one of them has happened somehow.
And yet, after after more than 10 years, we only have one. How?
Which
Why?
Is a crime.
Fix that.
Yes,
Indeed.
please fix that. Obviously, I think we can all agree, if this had one, it would have been a great potential 3D fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the other one you mentioned? Sorry, I cut out.
It was Mordecai and Rigby versus Finn and Jake.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no. It is. It's very sad. I do feel sad that this didn't win, but again, I guess we just live in a world where it's like, look, the obvious matchup doesn't always get the most votes.
Yeah.
I mean,
round one.
Motto Moon Sweep.
True.
I mean, y'all say that, but Groove vs. Megamind absolutely swept the second week, but whatever.
This tournament works in this tournament works in mysterious ways.
Listen here.
That streak was bound to come to an end, and I'm just shocked that Wiley and Tom are the ones that did it.
The heroes we needed.
Yes, exactly. But no, straight up. Even though this hasn't won, please, for the love of God, just like put this down on the damn bracket and do it in the future. Like
they've said before that just because a matchup appears on the ballot doesn't confirm it for the upcoming season. They are using it to gauge interest in matches. So the more,
and trust me, there's more than enough interest.
To its credit, I mean, Wiley versus Tom won by a substantial margin, but this did get second.
True.
Yeah, this managed to pull up a good second rear. So yeah, and again, I want this matchup to happen one day because look, I don't want to be that guy, but Big Hero 6 is slowly falling into obscurity because Disney is out of ideas of what to do with it.
Criminal.
They've been talking about a sequel since the movie came out, and I really wish they would like pull the trigger on that.
Well, no, the best thing we got was the cartoon series. The cartoon series is the sequel to the movie, except most of the cast, some of the cast members come back for that. The other two are done with voice actors. Obviously, T.J. Miller didn't come back to play Fred, and thank God for that. But now the series has been retconned because now they released a Baymax short on Disney Plus, and that is the official continuation of. No. The short is the official continuation from the movie. So they basically just discounted the series.
Huh.
So thanks a lot, Disney.
Anyways.
Sorry.
All right. Now we got
last one around.
Poor Larry Winwood didn't have as much influence this time around. Sackboy from Little Big Planet versus Maxwell from Scribblenauts.
Another one, like in the same boat. I'm kind of surprised this. Like, I thought this would like be another strong runner-up. Like, I thought basically
Really?
everything except Luke Saber would get popular.
I was
Yeah,
expecting this to be. I was expecting this to be the sleeper hit, like out of the four, that would actually pull up a good lead.
Well, it
I
was
guess.
sleeping all
I don't
right.
really know much
It was
about either, so
sleeping.
I can't really comment.
Okay. Well, okay, so look, I think the reason this had some legs, I mean, again, it did come in third place, is the animation potential. Because
Yes.
look,
Well, yeah, because both of them are literally arts and crafts.
yes,
They
exactly.
can
and it
literally
would've been-
do anything as long as
Yeah,
you
yeah,
give them
no.
they can do it.
Yes, no, I
Oh,
remember
true. I didn't
Sackboy.
think about it from that angle.
I remember Sackboy. I do remember him, and I never played his games, but
Me
I
neither.
know of him. Yeah, but I know of his games. I know he appeared in PlayStation All Stars, and Scribblenauts. I do remember. I only remember Scribblenauts because the game where the character crossed over with the DC universe. That was
Yeah.
pretty much the biggest source of attention the franchise got back in the day.
I wonder.
Because
is it
And I
possible-
watched the gameplay.
I wonder how possible is it to play Little Big Planet right now? I
Oh,
know.
it
I
is.
know. I know
Well-
all the online servers are down, but
It's possible. I mean, obviously
Yeah.
it hasn't been remastered,
there's Sackboy.
but you can.
But I know Sackboy has other games outside the Little Big Planet games he appears in regularly. They aren't the same, but they're still Little Big Planet spin-offs. So
I mean,
franchise is still
Sackboy
somewhat
did
alive.
just get
yeah,
did just get a game. So yeah, that's neat.
Scribblenauts, not so much. I think.
Scribblenauts just got a game this year actually.
Oh, okay, cool. So, okay, cool. So there they are. They're still kicking. Awesome. Never mind.
Mhm. Yeah, there you
That's
go.
good.
Wait,
I was
hold
gonna
on.
say,
You can play Sackboy on Steam. Hold on, I gotta confirm this.
Yeah,
if that's true,
if
that's true, then I need to jump on that.
There you go. But
Agreed. Okay, so yeah,
Honestly,
animation-wise, this would have been great.
yeah, honestly, this
I feel like
also
that's
just
the highest animation potential out of honestly everything on the bracket, and that's
Yeah.
literally because these two characters can only do what you yourself can come up with them doing. That's how the games work.
That is true. And I would be all for it because again, Sackboy's like a lot. He was next to Nathan Drake and Joel and Ellie. He was kind of chilling in the background when it came to modern day PlayStation mascots.
Yeah. Of course, Joel/Ellie and Kratos still stand supreme, but hey.
Holy
exactly.
shit! You can play Sackboy on Steam. That's awesome. All right, I need to
It's
jump
okay.
on.
we'll
There
get
you
to
go.
it.
I need to jump on that.
there you go. Yeah.
At some point. I've been super interested. Like I've never played Little Big Planet, but I've been super. I saw all the promotional shit for Sackboy for the new game, and I was like, that looks super interesting. But I don't have a PS5,
Yeah,
so I
now you-
didn't. So I couldn't
Well,
capitalize
there you go.
on it.
Now I have a chance to. There you go.
Yeah, neat,
Mhm.
cool.
But-
I've
Yeah.
been itching for a 3D platformer lately, so
There you go.
Okay.
Plus not to mention, like it's like it feels like this is another one that feels like it's been requested as long as the show's been. Well, maybe not as long as the show's been. Like about as long as the
It's been
show's
a-
been going for. It's been a long.
sleeper requested fight.
Yeah.
yeah.
So, I mean, and plus it's another gaming fight. So that's
That's
always
true.
appreciated.
We
Yeah.
need more of those.
Yeah. By the way, Larry Winwood, if you're watching this, and if you're watching this for whatever reason, if this happens, I would like to contact you to get on the cast, please and thank you. Actually, I say that I think I still have contact with him because we played Smash forever ago.
I do not object. I do not object to the statement.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens when yes, or really anyone
So
of his top
the
two
last-
going on. Anyway.
The last thing I'll say before we move on is that I know he like almost certainly doesn't, but I really hope Sackboy wins because he looks freaking adorable.
Oh no, he's very fucking adorable. But
Okay.
well,
He is.
if this matchup ever happens, it would be a good debate because unfortunately, the answer may surprise you on who actually wins this game. I'm sorry, not this game, this matchup.
Yeah,
And
well,
that's all I'll say about that.
yeah, I was gonna say because let's not get into that right now. Hopefully,
Yeah,
if this happens, we'll not into
I
it.
mean,
Probably a good idea.
Maxwell has linked to the Earth 1 versions of the DC cast, like Earth 1 itself, the main content, comic content.
Okay, well, that was something that I didn't want to bring up because, again, it's like I don't want to give Bros hopes up. The man just got his hopes up recently. I kind of don't want to do it.
Anyways,
Week
week 5. Let's talk about that. The batch that just got revealed today, as we're recording this. Smile.
Yes.
I have it pulled up to look at the percentages. And I'm
Yeah,
trying,
don't
but
mention.
still.
Yeah, don't mention them.
If you do, you'll be banned from this.
That's memberships. That's not true, but that's not what Richard said is not true, but still don't. That's membership thing. That's membership thing. Let's keep it private. Yeah.
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 Okay.
So
What do we got?
Well, first and foremost, we have the return. We have someone from the original ballot from last year.
Legends never die.
Legends never die, indeed. Kratos versus Asura has returned.
Okay. Look. All right. Look. Can we all just admit, between Gru versus Megamind, this deserves to fucking get another shot. This deserves to eventually win.
Yes.
It deserves to.
It got unjustifiably, just outraced by Cole versus Alex.
Oleg won purely due to support from popular influencers in the battle community. So giving Kratos Asura at the runner-up a second chance is more than deserved.
In fairness, I do
probably
personally
wouldn't
think
have won if it wasn't for her supports from longtime community members.
That's probably not true, but
Okay.
in fairness, I do kind of think the same thing's going to happen again. Unfortunately, I do think.
I don't want to get to that. No, straight up. Because again, I'm not revealing anything. But if it can turn it around, if it can hold a good steady lead, anything, it could be possible. I'm legitimately pulling for this fight to win because, god dang it, I have said this multiple times. Kratos needs to come back. It is a crime against humanity. The Death Battle has not brought Kratos back thanks to one masterpiece return game on the PlayStation 4 and another, it was okay game recently that came out last year. So yes, please, for the love of God, have this win. And
also this. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and the opportunity to get a Sora's Wrath representation here, come on!
It's like this fight has so much potential in terms of animation.
Yeah.
Hey, Capcom, Asura's Wrath still has fans. Maybe capitalize on that, cowards!
Biggest 3D fight of the show. Because I don't think there's a single 3D fight that would be able to match what the scale of this one could be.
Look, especially, I agree with that statement. Especially if you get the GOAT Devil Artemis to do this fucking matchup. Because this matchup would be right up. This matchup would be right up his damn alley.
Oh, absolutely. Like, come on. Doesn't a scene being reminiscent of the Kronos boss fight? With Asura's massive hand and eclipsing planets climbing down to crush Kratos as he holds it back at sound absolutely raw.
Yes.
Although I would have one credential. I would again, real quick. I would have one. I need one thing to happen if this fight ends up winning, potentially the tournament. please use modern Kratos. Do not use old Kratos. Modern Kratos is a great character. He really has gone through a lot. His story is so good, and it's award-winning shit. So please don't use past Kratos. They kind of didn't do him justice the first time around.
I think,
and it would be an injustice to not include
Season 1
more modern stuff for him.
Season 1, yes, it's just season
episode 10.
1. But yeah, please, just please.
I think
let this win.
they'll probably like compile both versions of Kratos for like analysis, but for the fight, yeah, sure. They'll probably use new Kratos.
Yes, again, new Kratos. Again, Brobuscus. If this ever wins, you don't have to play the games, but just watch the fucking cutscenes between modern Kratos, because again,
I think I still have God of War. I just don't have the time to. I just don't have the time to devote to it.
That's fair. God of War 4 and Ragnarok are long games, and there's so much exploration to do. So
I think I got past like one big encounter in that game, and I stopped. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
I will.
In conclusion.
The only other thing I will add is that we did a blog on this fight during the season hiatus, and it is really damn good. You all should read it.
Agreed. And please, if you are a member, please let's give this a second. Let's give this a second chance. This deserves a comeback, and also too, I think this confirms that indeed past matchups that were on last year's bracket now can come back and get a second chance. So that's awesome.
Yeah, so where's Among Us versus Fall Guys?
We don't talk about that.
Oh God.
Hey, it's the one I voted for. It's the one I proudly voted for.
Fair enough.
So yeah.
Anyways. So hey, did you like Did you like the cartoon discussion during Wiley versus Tom? How does Homer Simpson versus Peter Griffin sound?
Lowest.
Okay.
Hey, you remember that time that this match was suggested on the ballot?
Oh boy, Lois, this is crazier than the time I was on Death Battle and lost. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Although I should have brought this up. If Megatron's in, if Megatron was lost, you know where I'm going with this. Since Megatron lost, Peter Griffin would now get a chance to avenge his daughter.
I hate you.
Very good.
No joke. Peter Griffin named his daughter Megatron, and that's why her name is Meg. She goes by just Meg. Her full name is Megatron Griffin.
Gosh dang it.
I didn't know that. That's great.
Anyway, so this match sounds kind of neat.
This fight's cool. Yeah.
I mean, it technically already happened. It's an actual crossover.
I have seen that. I do not count I don't think we should count the crossover as a fact.
That was a Family Guy episode where they did everything they could to spite and make fun of The Simpsons. And they did this on multiple occasions.
It was not a balanced crossover. It was literally just family. It happened because Fox was like, you know what? I think it's time we do it. That's it. That's it. You want better Simpsons crossovers? Actually, go watch the Futurama crossover. It came out I think sometime after that. It's fucking good. But anyway,
and the fact that this wasn't even the first time the Simpsons quote-unquote crossover Family Guy when Quagmire was doing Quagmire things to Marge.
Let's not talk about it.
I don't want to know any more context. Thank you.
Family Guy would do everything it can do to actively spite and make fun of the Simpsons.
No, that is not an exaggeration, because I think the Simpsons writers just don't. I'm sorry. I think the Family Guy writers just don't like the Simpsons.
Well, suddenly I want Homer to win, and I don't even watch these shows.
So do I.
Yeah. So this has been a long requested. This is kind of like the grandfather of cartoon TV fights because both these two.
It really is.
Both these two shows are iconic in their own way. One pretty much set the foundation for modern day animated family television and became a huge fucking juggernaut. And it has inspired many shows. One of those shows being Family Guy, because Seth MacFarlane was like, I watched The Simpsons. I want to create my own version of that. And then it actually started off.
Oh my god, it's a Deadpool versus Deathstroke syndrome.
It really is. And whenever people accuse that rip off Seth MacFarlane would just say, no, they ripped off the Flintstones first. See, what I'm doing isn't bad. And then we'll do every opportunity.
But here's the thing.
Wow,
I want to present a fun fact.
Now I really want Homer to win.
I want to present a fun fact to everybody. So, if you've ever wondered why modern-day Peter Griffin is an unlikable fucking douchebag, the reason why he's like that is because in the original run where Seth had more control, everybody, the censor, I think it was the executives that complained, and they forced him to change Peter Griffin's character when the show was brought back from cancellation the first time, and they wanted him to make Peter distinct, so Peter no longer acted like a white version of Homer Simpson. So that's why Peter is the way he is, because it was basically plagiarism of The Simpsons.
Yeah, to the point where after a while, there's been two different jokes in Treehouse of Horrors where Homer acknowledges Peter as well, just a plagiarism of him, with they're both being a full thing where a bunch of alternate dimension Homer Simpsons appear in one area. One of them is Peter Griffin, and another where there's a book he goes through that says plagiarismo. And it has a picture of Peter Griffin. Turns to the next page, a copy of plagiarismo, and it shows Stan from American Dad.
Hey, American Dad is actually funny. But anyway,
anyways,
I would like this matchup to win because, even though God helped the researchers, because they essentially would have to watch through. They would have to watch through. I got my paper right here. 34 seasons of The Simpsons, the movie, read the comics, play the video games, and then for Family Guy, you would have to go with. Let me take a look here. I think 20 or 21 seasons plus. Plus 2 video games. So yeah.
So
it would be a lot.
Y'all wouldn't mind if I make an exception to my whole get into every new franchise thing for this match, right?
Just watch the first few seasons of The Simpsons and maybe random Family Guy clips.
You could actually watch seasons 1 through 7 because those are considered the first 10 seasons are really considered a golden age of comedy writing, or you could just not watch the show. If you have an idea of The Simpsons, just watch The Simpsons movie. It literally is its own thing. It doesn't tell you about these characters. It just treats it like anybody can watch it. Anybody who isn't into The Simpsons or doesn't want to get into The Simpsons, just watch the movie. It's literally a good time.
Yeah, exactly.
Dope!
And maybe just watch like 1 or 2 seasons of Family Guy. Don't watch any. Don't watch them
honestly, just watch random clips of it, and you get everything you need to know. Because clips of it are funnier than the whole thing itself. Because just random out of context clips they can be actually hilarious sometimes. Whereas if I unfortunately sit through a whole episode, okay, this doesn't do it for me as much as the clips do.
No, Brobuscus, what you need to do is you need to go on YouTube Shorts, keep scrolling for like half an hour, and then eventually you'll find Family Guy clips, and then you'll have all the info you need.
Fair enough.
There you go.
So ZDogg, you got anything
I know that the Death Battle team has spoken before if they wanted to talk about if they wanted to do this match, they want to include everything, like Treehouse of Horror
Gosh.
stuff too, and all the cutaway gags.
Oh, well then,
That would be
okay.
a great one.
If they're including Treehouse of, okay, I'm saving it. I'm saving it. Saving it in the back
probably
of that.
probably
That
best to
actually-
save it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah. Just saying,
I
they
mean-
want to go all out with how ridiculous this can get.
I mean, heck, I'm all down for it in that case. Like,
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I
this
mean,
could also be a fun hand-drawn fight.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, have
Yeah,
the budget for
I
it.
personally would want it to be. I personally would want it to be a Sprite fight, because then I could imagine. And well, look at Bill Cord or some of the other recent Sprite fights, where how
True.
crazy they've gotten with them compared to just pure hand-drawn fights, which they need more of a budget for. If they weren't including the wackier stuff like Treehouse and the cutaway gags, then I think hand-drawn would be perfect, because it would just be a normal fist fight, just with more exaggerated stuff. Whereas in this scenario, I think doing sprites would allow them to do all the wacky shenanigans, and let it go absolutely nuts.
Yeah,
Man.
Okay.
I'd be down
Alright.
for it. I'd be down for it either way, though. This fight just sounds like a really fun time. So
Yeah.
And I mean, I know Bro joked about it, but I do really hope Homer wins. Nothing
Yeah,
too much
no,
against Peter. But it's
Homer.
Homer. How can-
Homer's
like him.
actually a good character. I do not agree with people who say he's a bad. The theme of this is it's two bad abusive fathers. Number one, shut the fuck up. Homer Simpson is not an abusive fucking father. You
No.
assholes. I'm sorry.
He's a flawed father, but he's doing his best and actually
Exactly.
has respect from his kids.
Yes,
Exactly.
he actually respects and loves his kids, and he always is there for them. Unlike Peter Griffin, that fat tub of shit, he doesn't give two craps about his kids.
The
And
difference
his kids
between
don't
Homer
respect
and Peter
him
is
either.
that Homer would sacrifice anything to help his kids.
Peter
Peter would
Griffin
sacrifice his kids to get anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, Peter literally.
All right,
Peter
cool. Go Homer.
everything and trying to cut me.
I didn't even give a
Sorry.
I didn't even give a
I-
shit about The Simpsons, but go Homer.
I was gonna say
Peter
as if
is a caricature. Homer is a character.
Homer is
Yeah.
a character.
I was gonna say as if we could sway Bro's opinion on who to root for any further.
It does not
come
take.
on, there's a perfect
When it
setup
comes to
here.
characters, I
Dylan,
don't. When
Peter Griffin.
it comes to characters, I'm not crazy about. It's not hard to sway me.
Yeah.
Peter Irvin canonically hates The Simpsons, and often because like any opportunity to make fun of it, Bob's Burgers, or BoJack Horseman, or Rick and Morty, just out of pure spite for how much more popular shows they are. In his own words. So a perfect setup would be him vandalizing The Simpsons household, causing Homer to step out and and
Kick his ass, Homer.
and exactly. And Peter could probably start with some. Hey, you think that's special? Remember that crossover episode? I totally whipped you there. Yeah. Only to get cut off with a slap because Homer just punches him in the face. But can we agree, no matter what, if Homer wins, the killing blow has to be him strangling in Peter with his "Why you little?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Hell yeah.
All right.
So let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's not even the one I'm voting for.
hey,
Here we go.
more cartoons. No, this is the one I voted for. More cartoons.
this is the
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, we're
Dexter
getting
feels like
spoiled.
it should have happened a long time ago.
It
Honestly.
really should have.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
So
this
it's-
has been a talked about matchup.
Yeah. So it's Jimmy Neutron versus Dexter.
Yes. All the yes.
Look,
Well,
I did grow up with.
So I watched Jimmy Neutron very casually when I was younger.
Same.
Like
Same.
Like, I
with
would-
me for Dexter.
it was one of those shows where I was like, oh, that show's on. Sure, why not?
Yeah.
That was a lot of shows actually. Now that I think about it. And I don't even give a shit about Dexter. Like I don't give a crap about Dexter's Laboratory. But this is the match I voted for. So what does that tell? What does that tell you about me?
Okay, well, here's an interesting thing. Both Dexter and Jimmy have some interesting backgrounds behind them as to who developed them. Like, first of all, the animation team that developed Jimmy Neutron was Mainframe Entertainment, aka
Are you
the
serious?
people who made. I'm not serious. No, I'm not. I think it was Mainframe Entertainment. I'm 90%.
Hold on.
If not, I could be wrong.
You know, now that you say that, like, I so see it. But
yeah, I mean, maybe not. Again, because again, this feels like they would. Anyway, and Dexter's Laboratory, while its creator, Denny Tartakovsky, would go on to create my favorite cartoon show of all time, Samurai Jack.
What's
wow.
Watch out. And yeah, so I actually like Dexter's Lab more than Jimmy Neutron, sorry to say. It had a lot more action, and I just love the interactions with Dexter and the world.
There.
It's two super geniuses fighting against each other, and so yeah.
There's only 2 matches is that the show's done that I can really say are really just super geniuses fighting with if they're technically 3 now that I'm thinking about 3. And all 3 of which involve Iron Man and or Lex Luthor.
That's true.
Yeah, so we definitely need more of that in this household.
Yes, we do. It would be cool to see Dexter get a resurgence because I'm gonna be honest, even though Dexter's Laboratory, it was actually the first Cartoon Network show. It was the first Cartoon Network show to come on the network, and it kicked off what Cartoon Network would become in the late '90s to early 2000s. So it's an OG. But it's kind of fallen into obscurity because its creator would go on to do better things that we would go on to remember much more than Dexter's Laboratory.
Which is kind of sad, but it would be good to get a resurgence of this.
Yeah.
Exactly. Jimmy Neutron has also unfortunately fallen into obscurity, which I do feel bad for. I believe
But
it only...
Nick All-Star moment with Hugh Neutron sweep.
That's true. It did make a resurgence because Jimmy is now in Nick All-Star Brawl 2. For some reason, they did.
The original,
Nickelodeon Smash
Hugh
Brothers
was the number 1 or number 2 most heavily fan requested character. So
it also had a bit of a resurgence because of the whole "you're going to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo." That meme.
Hugh Neutron memes in general.
Yeah. Brobuscus, anything to report? Like, was I wrong?
Yeah, you were wrong.
Damn it!
It is the company that it keeps redirecting me to is DNA Productions.
Yeah, damn it. They didn't last long as a company, I'm sad to say. They filed for bankruptcy and shut down after Jimmy Neutron ended.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it is.
Well, anyways, before things get too sad, let's move on. We have one more match to talk about.
Yeah.
It's the match that...
Believe it! I'm gonna team up the Pirates!
It's the match that I'm not going to say whether or not I was right or not, because, again, I don't want to spoil it, but it's... When I saw this one be thrown into the tournament, I was like, all right, well, this one wins. Again, not going to say if I was right or not, but it is Naruto versus Luffy.
I have opinions.
Okay, so I think to start off, to say that this fight is a grandfather requested matchup bit of an understatement.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
if we're looking at
this
like
was one of
previous
the
death
fights that
battles,
was
this
on
was.
the original draft for death battle matches. So
Yeah.
yeah.
And if we're thinking back to previous episodes, this was literally teased 5 years ago in Ichigo versus Naruto.
That's true.
And I've been so hoping for this fight ever since. I'm so happy to see it here. Let's go. Oh.
It has gained a resurgence in being requested because of Luffy's new form.
Not just that, Naruto's new form.
Yeah,
Not as good.
Yeah, not
Like,
as
It's
good.
not as cool as a form, but at the same time, Boruto is doing really well in views and people talking about it and praising.
That's just,
And then
that's
there's
just
Gear 5.
Yeah, that's the. Oh God! Don't bring up Boruto.
Yeah, please don't. But the
I'm not
interesting
even-
thing with
so-
this matchup would be what would they do for Naruto? Because, like, would they include Boruto stuff and include him as an adult fighting like
I feel
17
like
year old
Well, I
Luffy?
mean, they include Boruto stuff in the other Naruto fights they've done.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'd prob-
unfortunately,
they'd
for
probably go
my
Boruto.
sanity, they would have to include the Boruto
I mean,
stuff.
I feel like
I
if the,
hope they use a part 2 design for Naruto, though.
Especially because in Boruto, I do know that Sasuke and Naruto are like on solar system levels of like power output.
Yeah.
Yes.
It depends on how you scale certain things.
Yeah.
I feel like what they'll do.
but-
I feel like what they'll do is they'll like Boruto stuff will be included for like research and whatnot, but I think for like the fight they'll probably just stick to like Shippuden, like they kind of like what they did against
Yeah,
Ichigo.
the part
Yeah, they would have to.
Yeah. Well, what they
and
did
that's
with
fine.
Sasuke against Ian, they used
That too.
his end of series then design. Instead of the design.
I also feel like animation-wise, this has a lot of potential to go fucking hard, especially since I know my man Luis would love to get his hands on being a part
Oh,
of
yeah.
this fight.
He loves One Piece.
If you've seen the Death Battle cast, he went hard brainstorming ideas and just talking about Gear 5 alone. And the debate is surprisingly close and pretty insane.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
my
no,
God.
just like Brobuscus, my man Luis has a shitload of One Piece merchandise in his damn apartment. So,
And there is just so much
Merchandise, I
potential
wish
for
I
a
could
great
match.
animation with
Love
this.
One Piece. Love Naruto.
I mean, the only limitation, and I do want to say, speaking of potential animation, I don't think this would be a 3D fight because I've heard so many times why I heard so many times the reason why they probably didn't want to touch this after Naruto versus Ichigo is because the problem with Luffy is his rubber effects in
He's
3D
stretchy boy.
would not look. Yeah, it would not look good, and it would be very hard to animate. Even if you got a Devil Artemis, like Devil Artemis, I don't even think he could do the
I think the One
stretchy
Piece live
rubbery.
action series did Luffy stretching.
Oh yeah, they did a really good job of stretching it.
It did good.
This could,
it did
this could
good.
make for a good hand-drawn episode, though.
Gear 5. Gear 5's a whole other level of just.
Yeah, I feel like this would essentially be a better modern update of Naruto versus Ichigo in terms of animation.
Yeah.
So
I would be down for this to be the hand-drawn episode, though, because you could do so much creative stuff with Gear 5 with hand-drawn.
Well, then again, just make it a sprite and get Moro on the squad.
There you go.
With Gear 5 would go crazy.
You want hand-drawn stuff with Gear 5, get fucking Moro and Luis and Zack
Exactly.
Attack on here, the goats. Get
Yeah.
the three
The squad.
trinities.
Can you imagine, like, I could just Gear 5
Yes.
Luffy suddenly jumping up to throw a punch, only to increase the size to grow giant? He throws his punch, but Naruto summons the Kurama avatar to catch it.
I'm
Another
imagining
cool-
it in my head, and it looks awesome.
Another really cool idea is like Naruto throws like a raw Shuriken at Gear 5 Luffy. Luffy catches it and like slam dunks it like a basketball on top of
Yes,
Naruto.
he would. He would.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
As Gear 5
this
does apply to his rubber stuff in an almost Toon Force way, similar to like the mask with other things. names. That potential speaks for itself.
Yeah, no. Again,
Meh.
I could see this between Homer and Peter and Kratos and Asura. I could definitely see this being one of the three that wins, just due to animation potential and sheer
And
scope and
relevance.
size.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can go hard on Naruto. You can go hard on Naruto versus Luffy.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same
For
time, I know
sure.
there's a lot of like One Piece
hype
fans
is
that are
real.
probably going to wait until after One Piece concludes.
Oh,
To-
we talked about this already.
Yeah.
In cast where they directly said, "We'll just use Luffy again when One Piece ends." Sure, or One Piece is on its final saga, but I mean, the last saga literally took more than 7 years to get through.
I
Yeah,
know. I'm just saying,
yeah.
like, I could maybe see some One Piece fans being like, "I don't want this fight to happen until Luffy's like at his peak or the story's
That
concluded."
is true.
Well, Luffy
yes,
himself said he's at his peak, and
I think Luffy. I agree. I agree with Koto. I think Luffy is at a point right now to where there is a way they can properly scale him in terms of what his raw output is, and
it also hopes that he has the best feat of the series right now.
that is true. Yes, that has been sending people in a spiral, just trying to calc that fucking feat.
Death Battle King helped at Star,
Yeah, so I think this would be fun. I think it would be
Meh.
great, and it would just be so cool to see Naruto himself come back.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Yeah, and again, see Luffy, because it feels like we have been slowly teasing and building up to Luffy's grand entrance into Death Battle. I will not deny that.
Well, it's kind of a problem where like every single one of Luffy's matches has like a lot of detractors to it. Like no one can really decide on like what is the one Luffy match that we can all get into.
I think it's this one, honestly.
I agree.
Same here.
It
Yeah, I agree with
cannot
two of you.
It cannot be Mr. Fantastic or it cannot be Mr. Fantastic. It cannot be Plastic Man. No. Just
Not
have
to,
it.
I get, but I wouldn't say that's nearly anywhere near as important or big to like as like this match.
This matchup features two early 2000s Shonen Legacy characters because both of these two, along with Ichigo, the Trinity led Shonen into what it was ultimately, into what it became today. So they're legacy characters that deserve to go
Jump
against.
himself constantly puts these two against each other. Shonen Jump
That is
himself
true.
does this. So does Crunchyroll and Funimation, and everything officially involving these two puts these two up against each other. No answer.
These two characters alone, they have managed to become the greatest shonen protagonist and series of well, no, Goku's basically old news. Like the old man's had his time.
No, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't.
No, he has. Like, trust me, in terms of popularity and profitability, trust me, One Piece and Naruto are fucking killing it in Japan like mother damn gangbusters.
Not just in Japan.
Oh yeah, exactly. Also, too, hey, where's Dragon Ball's live action Broadway musical? Huh? Where's Dragon Ball's live action Netflix series? Oh, that's right. They don't exist.
It's also interesting because like Naruto was like the king of Western animation in like the early 2000s, like Western like anime audiences, and now it's slowly becoming One Piece.
Exactly.
In terms of popularity.
I mean, Richard, you mentioned the live action stuff. The live action One Piece being as good as it is, you have to admit, is a goddamn miracle.
Yes, no, it is.
Like,
it absolutely is.
I'm gonna say it's not a miracle because Oda himself, the creator himself, got involved, which has never happened with any.
Like I said.
Correction. Hold on. Yeah, no, that has happened before. It's called Netflix's live action Cowboy Bebop. Guess what? The creator of Cowboy Bebop, he signed off. He was there. He allowed them to make that mess. So
Yeah.
no.
No, in fairness, Oda just had like common sense and was like, no.
Exactly. He knew Oda was there to make sure that this shit was gonna go right. He wasn't just.
I'm just saying I don't.
To do this as well.
I'm just saying, like, you're asking for a live action anime thing, and I just really want you to know how crazy that sounds.
No, it is.
I really want you to step back for a minute. Like,
no, I am. No. We've had a good live action One Piece show. We've had a good live action Speed Racer movie. We've had a good live action Alita Battle Angel movie. It had an OVA, so that counts. We've had a good series of live action Renori Kenshin films that made more money at the box office than fucking Godzilla. So I absolutely stood back. And live action anime is no longer impossible. It all just depends on if the studios hire the right people and those people actually do the smart thing and give a shit.
Amen.
Hey, the ringleader changed. Yeah.
So yeah, live action One Piece is a part of that trend of live action anime that works.
And this matchup will too, if it does happen. But we'll need to see who wins the ballot for that.
Yeah.
Yes, we will. So
hopefully it happens
this is hard. I think this week has given us our most toughest ballot yet, because these past 3 weeks have kind of been somewhat easy. We've been able to see sweeps coming, but now I think out of all 4 of these, it's anyone's game.
Yeah.
I think this will be a much closer one than a lot of the other weeks have been, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been pretty close at some points. I do see this one going like back and forth.
Modern Moon versus Goku Ryu.
Oh yeah, dude, that was crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm so surprised Modern Moon won that, but so happy.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, well, that's gonna do it because we've been going on for way too damn long.
Yeah, it's gonna
4
be another
hours.
4-hour podcast. Yay!
Yep, sorry
Thanks,
about that, bro.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
What's Gojo Makima? I mean, come on. We need that.
It was Gojo Makima.
Look, in worst case scenario, we take extra time to delay this, or for the sake of Brobuscus' sanity, he splits it into 2 parts. The latter is probably not going to happen.
Anyways, so with that said, we're gonna wrap up. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed Frieza versus Megatron. If you didn't, please tell me why.
Civilly, please be civil.
Yeah, please, civilly. I want to make a comment about the reactions, but I won't. Hope you're excited for Gojo versus Makima. We have 2 people here who were very excited for to talk about it.
Heck yeah.
And again, be civil about it.
Yes, please be civil about it, for the love of God.
Yes,
if we can be civil about it, debating it here, you can be civil about it, debating it online as well.
That's asking a lot from the anime community. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen Gojo's fangirls and Makima's fanboys? Those simps are savage.
Also, if you're excited that Tom and Wiley won, hooray. If you're not excited, I'm sorry to hear that. And tell us who you're voting for if you have a membership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For week 5, who's going to take home the gold?
Yeah.
All right. And that'll do it. So with that said, we're gonna go. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and we will talk to you all in the next video. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.